Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Budget Day number 1 for the 2025-2026 budget years. Thank you so much for those of you who have joined us today and those of you who are watching online. We'll open the meeting because we do have quorum. Councillor Zanella is on her way. She's just a little bit late. And we'll start with the land acknowledgement. The town of Innisfil acknowledges that Innisfil is situated on treaty land that is steeped in rich Indigenous history. The town also acknowledges that this land is the traditional territories of the First Peoples of Turtle Island. It is shared between the Anishinaabe people of Beausoleil First Nation, the Chippewas of Rama First Nation, and the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation, and we are grateful for their generations of stewardship. This meeting place is still the home to many Indigenous people, and as settlers, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. The town acknowledges the forced sacrifices that are the foundation of Canadian society today. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nation, Métis, and Inuit. So thank you again for being here. I will let everybody know that this meeting is being audio and video recorded and live streamed on the town's YouTube channel and shall form part of the record, which will be retained in accordance with the town's retention bylaw. And if you want more information about that bylaw, you can contact our clerk's office. And first, I'll ask if our clerk, Patty Toma, if she's had any correspondence received in regards to our budget deliberations today.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, correspondence was received from Diane Sykes, the Innisfil Community Foundation, D&M Hardy, and was circulated to Council and to the Finance team.
Thank you so much, Ms. Toma. Before we start, I'm going to just a couple of housekeeping things. So those of you who haven't been here before, the restrooms are just over here to my left. Also, if you have an electronic device, if you could please set it to silent. And if I could ask members of council, if you could please resist the urge to get your attention grabbed by social media or by electronic devices and pay close attention to all the presenters that are here today. To the presenters here today, although this is our first real sit down with the budget, just acknowledging that this has been a months long road for all of you to get to this point. And we much appreciate the effort that's been put in both by all town staff and by our partners. So thank you in advance for all the work that you have done. And I hope that we here at Council will be providing you comments and questions that are valuable to you today. So I'd ask then if we could please have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda for December 4th and 6th. Moved by Councillor Constantine, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fowler. All those in favor? That is carried. Next, I'll ask if there's any disclosures of interest. Seeing none, then we'll go to 4.1, which is a council resolution pleased to resolve right into committee of the whole today. And that would be Councillor Drodge and Councillor Richardson. All those in favor? That is carried. And now I will turn it to our CAO, Oliver Gershow, for opening remarks regarding the budget.
Thanks very much, Mayor Dolan, and good morning, members of council and members of the community. I'm going to be brief in my opening remarks today, and I'll start by just reflecting on the word deliberation. We're here for budget deliberations, and I actually looked it up in the dictionary. And if you do look it up in the dictionary, all the definitions yield something along the lines of the slow and careful consideration of an important decision. And I think that's actually then the perfect word for what we're here to do this week. So this week, we're looking really for council's, not just your questions, but also your direction on where to take this, your budget. And a reminder that direction can include acceptance of what's been proposed to you, or it can mean changing what has been proposed to you. And both of those are fine, and Mike is going to explain to you how the mechanics of that will work over the next couple of days of deliberation. One thing that I think we are not going to be doing this week is making final decisions. So from an administration perspective, what we're hoping to take away from this week is all of your comments, your prioritization, your directions, and take that away and bring back to you in January a revised recommendation of a proposed final budget for your consideration at that time. So with that, I will hand things over to Mike.
Thank you, Oliver. Yeah, exciting day for the staff and the finance team, and hope you're as excited as we are. So I want to walk through the process today. Just a reminder, this is the budget for operating budget for 25 and 26, as well as the capital budget for 2025 and 2026. We also have provided an 8-year forecast on the capital side. So today's request to council is, input, direction on the multi-year budget, service-based budget that we have presented and tabled on November 13th. Sorry. Dave, if you could just move that over a little bit, just for an agenda, walk through a bit of an agenda, just starting off with a bit of an introduction to the whole process, what we hope to accomplish today, council's process in their ability to change the budget, amend the budget, and, what the responsibilities of council, what they can do for the town budgets, and what they can do for our municipal partner budgets as well. Where we will walk through the structure of the presentations that you're going to see today, and we'll recap on what our starting point is, because there's been a few changes since we tabled the budget on November 13th. We will have presentations from our service partners, so the Simcoe Police, the library, as well as the Conservation Authorities, and Ottawa-Saga Valley Conservation Authority, and Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority. So you will hear those budget presentations, and we will kicking off today's session with those. And the town directors will present the town budgets based on their service area. What we're hoping to accomplish today is really, I think we all have the same outcome over the next 2 days, is a sustainable operating capital budget for 2025 and 2026. As we mentioned before, we're really looking for direction from council, ideally specific direction from council. If you say generalize, just reduce the budget by X amount, we would ask for some sort of direction. If it's a service level reduction or some suggestion would be really helpful as part of that process. So we will talk for the next 2 days, today and Friday as well. We will take that back, and just after the holidays, we were hoping to present to council the final budget on January 15th, depending on the magnitude of changes. That potentially could go to January 29th. Ideally, January 15th is our target date to have a solid budget. Just like to walk through how it will work today. So we're going to start off with presentations from our municipal partners, as I said, the police, the library, and the conservation authorities. Particularly on that note, I just want to highlight council's ability to impact the budget for those municipal partners. For externally governed municipal partners that are governed by their own board, council has a limited scope to change their budgets. Council can, however, put forward a motion to have that respective board reconsider their budget in totality. Council does not have the ability to review line by line budget items for those municipal partners. After the municipal partners presentations, we will receive presentations from directors. Each director will have an opportunity, after each director's presentation, you have an opportunity to debate and discuss. And you have a motion would be prepared to receive the presentation, including all the services reporting to that director. If you're looking to provide staff with direction, just as you would at a council meeting, you just need to put a motion in place. So a first and a seconder, typical motion that you would pass in council. Council can table a motion at any time. Council can table a motion at the end of the director's presentation or at the end of all presentations. And council has an option of amending those motions made previously through the deliberations. We are residing in committee of a whole, so we can continue to tweak and adjust those motions as we move forward throughout the next 2 days. A thing we've added this budget session is something called the flagged items. So council can ask staff to flag items for consideration or discussion later in the deliberations. Staff will track these items flagged for consideration and further discussion, and we can review those at the end of each day, at the end of the 2 days, but we have an ongoing list of those things that you want to revisit. This might be helpful if you feel like you don't have enough information and halfway through day 1 and you really want to hear more of the budget process till day 2. But we do encourage, making as many, motions that you're really comfortable and confident with as a council, put those forward to establish those, with the caveat that they can be revised in the same day or the following day if they want to. But if it would be really helpful for staff. For the finance team, we'll be tracking as best we can the changes to have an on-the-fly tax levy calculation. I do want to introduce quickly, I do have obviously our treasurer Audrey Webb, but we brought some finance teams such that we've shifted sides, so not to confuse council that finance is over on this side now. I got capital budget supervisor Andy Zhang and Kathleen McDonald, supervisor of operating budgets, here to help us in our quick on-the-fly calculations. So just to carry on, after the municipal partner presentations, each director will be presenting their own area of responsibility. These presentations we tried to keep as template, same format for each director. You're getting a service overview, what the services are offered by that specific portfolio, what is the operating budget, very high level, pointing out any concerns or pressures that area is experiencing, and the key considerations for council, what decision points need to be made, if any. As well, if there's a capital budget applicable to that department, that portfolio, we will be discussing that and an opportunity to weigh on the capital budget. And at the end of each director session, there will be an opportunity for question and answers. Staff for each portfolio will be present during that time, and you can ask questions directly to beyond the director to the staff level as well. So as I said, we want to just sort of refresh where we were and where we are now at this point in time. This is the the budget presentation, the tax impact that we have put forward as staff recommended. For 2025, it's 7.53, and for 2026, it's 6.89. That has been revised. That was the county. The county came down in their budget from, we had made an assumption of 4%, and they came in at 3.62%. So those numbers have been revised slightly downwards. In particular, 2025 is now 7.41. Our budget made some assumptions in the absence of the police budget. Police budget was just approved, I believe, November 27th by the police board. So we made an estimate, an increase of about 6.9% based on the prior year's budget allocation for the South Simcoe Police. The board did approve an increase of about 11.4%, roughly in that range, so we had to rejig our numbers. So these are this is our starting point, I'll call it. This is where we're at for our budget, including the reduction from Simcoe County, plus the increase in the police recommended budget going forward. So for 2025, we're at 8.05%, and for 2026, we are at 7.16%. So, on that, I open it up if anyone has any questions on process before we start moving into the municipal partner presentations.
Thank you, Director Militian and CAO Gershow. Any questions or comments on the process that we're covering? Anything you think that you'd like to alter or change? Seeing nothing, that's great. Thank you so much for that. We'll now go to the recommendation that we've received, the opening remarks. Do we need a recommendation for that? No, we don't? Okay. Then we'll go straight to our first presentation. So it's great. We're 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Let's keep that going. So I'd like to ask the Bradford West Gwillimbury Innisfil Police Services Board for their presentation now. We have Chair Garapi, we have Chief Van Dyke, and Deputy Chief Sutton here. Whenever you're ready, please.
Good morning, Mayor Dolan, Deputy Mayor Fowler, and members of council. We're pleased to be here today to share details and answer any questions about the board's 2025 operating and capital budgets for the South Simcoe Police Service. The draft budgets were unanimously approved by the Bradford West Gwillimbury Innisfil Police Services Board at its meeting on November 27th, as Michael mentioned. We acknowledge this is a bigger ask than in the past. It features a percentage operating budget increase of 11.21%. But in comparison, you will find it's on par with the increases of many other municipal services in the province. As collective agreements are renewed and costs related to Community Safety and Policing Act are realized, police budgets are under pressure. Many jurisdictions, each of you have heard, are facing double-digit increases. As is the case with police budgets, salaries and benefits make up the largest portion of spending. So that's wages and benefits. Included in this increase is a contractual cost of living adjustments as well as increases for staff members and the full impact of past incremental hires. In 2025, 92% of our operating budget is salaries and benefits. That leaves the service only 8% for everything else. Over a quarter of the 8% goes to paying our insurance bill. Reducing our insurance premiums is mission critical to the service. This budget will add 9 new recruits that will bolster the front lines and 3 civilian positions to support our officers. These are much needed positions to help with increasing workload demands, plus the impact the Community Safety and Policing Act is having on our service. These are important times for the police service as it continues to keep moving forward and growing within our communities. The town is set to double its population in the next 26 years. With increased growth comes an increase in call for service and serious crime. It has already started, and we need to be ready. In my view, the towns of Innisfil and Bradford West Gwillimbury are getting tremendous value for their money. We have one of the lowest cost per capita numbers of all the municipal police services in this province. Personally, I'm very, very proud of all the men and women of the South Simcoe Police Service. They work very hard to provide you with a high-quality policing service. They care about this community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I look forward to continue working with you to ensure the service continues to serve our communities and grows with them. Thank you very much. Chief Van Dyke.
Good morning. I'd just like to acknowledge I have Deputy Chief Sutton with me here this morning. We don't go anywhere without backup. So good morning, Mayor Dolan, Deputy Mayor Fowler, members of council, and senior staff. I want to start by saying this was an extremely tough budget process for the service and the board. I want to acknowledge that this is a large increase and will be impactful on the town's finances. But we are not alone. And in fact, many municipalities throughout the province are facing double-digit increases in their policing costs. That includes many communities that have no growth to help them offset these costs. To say that the last 2 years have been difficult for the service is an understatement. Due to the number of serious incidents, we have seen how these incidents have negatively impacted our staffing levels. And we are simply not staffed to not have people at work, whether this be to operational stress injury or other types of leaves. But this is today's reality. Additionally, with growing communities, we have seen a serious increase in our calls for service and more serious crime and major collisions. This has an impact on staffing and overtime, and will continue as our communities grow. And grow they will. The cost of wages and benefits are under pressure due to recently awarded contracts elsewhere in the province, and locally due to an increased benefit usage by a young workforce, and we are young. Reducing our insurance premiums is mission critical for the board, as they are far too high and are impacting our ability to fund operations. Finally, with the implementation of the Community Safety and Policing Act in April of 2024, we are seeing a host of mandatory training, staffing, and equipment needs that I will discuss further. So some of the considerations for this year's budget is a 21% increase in calls for service in 2023, and we are projecting another 2.5% increase in calls for service in 2024. Staffing, we are asking for 12 additional staff members, 9 sworn and 3 civilian members. We will discuss the Community Safety and Policing Act and the major impact it will have on the service and the budget. New conducted energy weapons and end-of-life replacement for our current less lethal weapon. And finally, the need for leased office space and a lease with at the InPower building on the campus here. Population growth. This is an Innisfil-centric slide. The message here is that you are growing fast and major growth is coming. Innisfil will double in size by 2031. When you factor in Bradford West Gwillimbury growth to at least 84,000 residents in the same time period, which I personally think is low, it means more officers are needed. Our cop to pop will need to rise as your population increases. Depending on Bradford West Gwillimbury growth, you will need to hire an average of 5 to 6 officers every year to 2051, or a minimum of 4 per year for status quo cop-to-pop ratios. More growth equals more calls, equals more serious calls, equals more staff required. Calls for service continue to increase, and 2023 was not a post-COVID blip. They went up 21%, and we are projecting another 2.5% increase in 2024. Now, I realize that's just a number, and it's a number you might not understand. But not all calls for service are one-offs. Some require additional investigation, some major additional investigation, and some continue on for months and or even years. That is not a one and done number. Some calls for service require one officer to attend. Many require 2. Some require 3, 4, 5, and the list goes on. So this is a local focus snapshot of our municipal policing neighbors and where we are at as an organization today. The national and provincial averages are included. Our neighbors to the north and to the south are included. And York Region is adding 180 new officers in the next 2 years, as big city crime has now hit their region. And guess what comes next? Us. You can see that despite hiring, we have not made a lot of progress due to population growth. And in 2024, we barely moved the dial. And the numbers that you see for 2026 are only a projection, and because the board has not approved any additional hiring at this stage of the game. In 2025, we will not be able to hire any experienced officers because they are just too impactful to the budget. All officer hires will be recruits, and 6 of them will be incremental to keep budget costs down. Full budget impact will be realized in 2026. Incremental officer hires in 2025 will not be operational until the end of 2025 and/or the first quarter of 2026. What is unique to policing is when an officer or a recruit walks in the door, they are not making an impact to your community day one, because there is months and months and months of training required to get that officer up to speed for independent patrol. So if they walk in the door in July, you are not going to see them on the streets of Innisfil and Bradford until the following year. That's important for you to note. Our plan is to bring frontline platoons to 14 officers when the new recruits are fully operationalized. Our courts unit and investigative units are indeed in need of additional staff. We need these staff positions urgently. And we are not staffed for various leaves of absences, which I've already talked about. So this is a perfect storm budget, because not only do we have growth pressures in our community, we have a new Community Safety and Policing Act. A new Community Safety and Policing Act is akin to a new municipal act for municipalities. And there's been a complete overhaul in how policing will be performed moving forward. The new CSPA came into force on April 1st, 2024. Costs related to its implementation in this budget, 3 staff positions, and you can see the dollar amount, I won't go through them. An increase in mandatory training costs, and I mean mandatory, must-do training costs. An increase in consulting fees for policy development. Ammunition for yearly recertification on patrol carbines. We have to have patrol carbines in all of our cars. It requires to train all of our officers in their use, and then they have to be recertified yearly, which has an impact, obviously, on ammunition costs, but it has an impact on, that means officers off the road to do the training, as well as one-time capital costs for mandatory equipment, uniforms, and car rebranding. That is mandatory under the new act. The new Inspector General of Policing has indicated that adequate and effective policing will be inspected moving forward. And 3 major areas that have been identified to date are response times, policy development, and board governance. And there is no grant money to cover any of these costs. And the impact to the operating and capital budget is just over $600,000. So the Inspector General is not a toothless tiger. They have broad inspection powers, and they have the authority to issue orders to the board for areas that they've inspected if they do feel they don't meet adequate and effective policing. That is the new reality under the Act. New projects. Office space. This is a win-win. The service is leasing from your utility which is a benefit to the town. It is close to us on the campus, so it is a win for us as well, and is an example of a great partnership between the town and the service. It is a 5-year lease with a 3-year option, but it comes with a $170,000 yearly hit to the operating budget for the lease, the cleaning, data lines, office equipment, etc. And the lease goes up every year by approximately $5,000. Conducted energy weapon tasers. Our current conducted energy weapon is at end of life and is no longer supported by Axon Public Safety. Axon Public Safety Taser is the only approved taser in the province of Ontario, so there are no other options for the service. We must buy Axon tasers. They are no longer supporting our current taser. In fact, we have been using spare parts from donated tasers to keep them going in 2025. And unlike a lot of police services in the province, we do not do personal issue tasers to officers. We pool their use and carry extra batteries, and it cuts the costs in half. And if you've been reading the papers, you will see what the city of Barrie is looking for. I believe their Barrie Police Service is looking at $780,000 a year for taser use. So the cost per year from 2025 to 2029 is just over $236,000. And we may have to add a few additional tasers in out years to account for growth. But we only buy what we need when we need it, and we don't buy extra to sit on the shelf until we need it. So you may have seen this slide before. And this is an apples to apples comparison. And I give you these comparisons because these municipalities are closest to us in size and provide the exact same policing services as we do. The takeaway is that there may be a couple services that are slightly bigger, but we are growing at a much faster rate than they are. And some of them have been no-growth communities until recently. While each community has its own needs, the message here is that our funding levels and staffing levels are far less, and we need to get our COP to pop up. Underfunding creates stressors on staff and budgets. And we have certainly seen our share of organizational stress in the form of officers leaving due to workload and staffing and more opportunity elsewhere. So the operating budget numbers. So the increase is 11.44%. Less court security and transport funding. We are proposing an 11.21% increase. Gotta put my glasses back on here. So just a bit of a breakdown for 2025. Contractual increases of 3% in 2024 and 1.9% in 2025 account for 2.1% of that 11.21% number. Step increases and full impact of wages, less salary recovery, is just over 3%. So again, when we hire recruits, they come in at the lowest level, fourth-class constable. But over the next 3 years, they go up in class, and every year that's between $10,000 and $15,000 hit per officer, and also with civilian members, we do the same with them. So this year, or next year, we'll have 48 staff members receiving a step increase. because we hire usually at fourth class because funding is tight, but it does have an impact on the budget in the following years. An increase in benefits is another 1.8%, for a total of just over 7% without any changes whatsoever. Adding the 12 new staff members, again, some are in the budget incrementally, and they're all at the fourth class rate, is a 3.82% increase to the budget. Minus an increase in revenue, and then adding a discretionary, non-discretionary increase of just over 1.26%. And again, a lot of our discretionary spending is really not discretionary spending, because that's insurance, that's fuel, that's the lease on the new InPower building. There's very little discretionary spending, and even with mandatory training costs, it's next to zero. Less court security funding is just over 11.21%. So 6 recommended staff positions were deferred by the board to 2026. Reducing our insurance costs, like I said, is mission critical. Currently, we pay almost $800,000 a year for insurance, and we were told by our broker we are facing up to 5% increase from our current insurance provider. So we'd be looking at an $835,000 insurance hit in 2025. We are working actively with the municipalities to reduce that number, but I don't have a number for you now. I am confident that it will go down. And the board took the step of reducing the line item in the 2025 budget from $835,000 down to $650,000 in anticipation that we can save money by joining a town plan. So there's already a $185,000 reduction in that line in this year's budget. We continually work to find more grant funding, but provincial grants are not long-term or stable, and the timing of the release can be very problematic. Funding benefits continues to be a struggle, and younger staff tend to use a lot more of their benefits. Our benefit charges are based on usage, which keeps increasing. Training in this budget is increased to reflect mandatory CSBA training. We were unable to increase our overtime budget in 2025, even though we faced severe overtime pressures in 2024. And we reduced our fuel budget by over $50,000 because the service is adding 6 new hybrid vehicles to our fleet in 2025. 4 are just coming online now, and we have 1 from 2023. So we'll have 11 of our fleet vehicles switched to hybrid electric, and the plan is to switch almost every vehicle to hybrid electric as we replace and refresh vehicles. All this to say that this is a very tight budget with no room to spare and no operating reserves to mitigate any potential deficit. Capital budget. The additional office space funding was reduced as costs are known for this retrofit. It was reduced by $100,000. I've already mentioned about the 6 hybrids. There's 7 new vehicles being replaced. 6 of them are hybrid vehicles. The body-worn camera and conducted energy weapon projects are all in the capital budget. The cost for CSPA mandatory equipment of $155,000 is a 1-year hit. Radio infrastructure upgrades for better coverage for officer safety reasons will end in 2026. And we need to purchase a new dog this year because Nitro has reached end of life. And he will be phased out at the end of 2025 into 2026. And pride reserves are for future projects to avoid large capital budget hits. The takeaway from this is that our budget, as we've said, is over 92% wages and benefits. That leaves us very little to work with to fund operations. Police officers are well paid for what they do, because what they do is hard and dangerous, and it really matters to your community. Even at the reduced amount, the insurance currently is more than 2.3% of our budget and 25% of our discretionary spending. And finally, the forecast. So this is a forecast. There are many unknown variables with our revenue funding, so we left it status quo. The other thing that the municipality needs to know is that the board will redo its strategic plan next year for 2026, which may change some budgeting priorities. The Community Safety and Policing Act implementation and expectations by the Inspector General are a work in progress. Also, the board's collective agreements with the Junior and Senior Officers Association expire at the end of 2025 and need to be renegotiated. And we have budgeted a realistic amount for a potential negotiated increase based on what we are seeing around the province to date. But it is an estimate. And the 6 deferred hires from 25 are in the 2026 forecast on an incremental basis, as well as 1 additional positions. But they are not approved yet by the board, obviously. And we have added additional funds for overtime and benefits. And staffing positions here have not been approved, but they are a bare minimum request. So thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. And if my understanding is correct, we'll open the floor to questions.
Thank you very much to Chair Garapi and Chief Van Dyke for presenting the budget. And I just wanted to clarify one thing. When you say Nitro will be phased out, you mean going for a long and happy retirement somewhere?
Yes, with his handle.
I just wanted to be clear on that.
Yes. By phase out, I mean the new dog needs to be trained and then we phase out the old dog. Yes. He is going to enjoy, hopefully, a long and happy retirement.
Yes. Thank you. And I just want to check with my fellow council members. I'm a bit behind on my emails right now. Did we get a copy of those slides, or should we ask the chief if we can get a copy of those slides? I understand it was sent to the clerk's office, but I'm not sure if council members got a copy of them or not. I'm seeing no's, so that would be wonderful if we could be given a copy of those slides. And now I'll pass it on to my colleagues for questions and comments. Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. First off, a statement before a two-step question, if I may. I agree that the work you do is essential to the community, and I would like to thank you personally for all the work that goes in, because I've seen firsthand some of the things that have happened in recent months and the response that has taken place within with the force. You mentioned civilian hires. Could you please clarify how these civilian hires will benefit the officers that are on the road in patrol, as well as if this is something that benefits them in that capacity, what kind of effect will this have on the stress leave and whatnot that is placed upon our soldiers due to the high level of calls that they get?
So the staffing, we run a court services. One of the staff members is for a new special constable for courts who are currently overworked. So that staff member will help with the increased workload demands that are happening. So when you see calls for service, it has a trickle-down effect all through the service, because more calls for service mean more charges. More charges means more work for our court office. So that position will help the court office. The other one is a Crown Brief clerk. That has a direct impact on frontline because they do a lot of the court brief preparation for the officers, and we need another member in order to be able to keep up with the demand. So that has a direct impact on the amount of extra or less work for officers. And finally, the last position is a wellness DEI coordinator. So under the new act, we are required to do a diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, but also for member wellness. So we have had a lot of challenges with member wellness, and that staff member will be taking on the member wellness portfolio and also care navigation for our members when they are off. So it has a direct impact on not just officer wellness, but total staff wellness.
Was that your two-part question? Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You had in it's $20,000 for the car, I can't remember, it's in the police cars, it's carbine something.
Oh, yeah.
Can you just explain that? And sorry, and the other question would be, the tasers that you have now that you're replacing with parts, are they still under insurance and they're covered? I'd say the police officers are safe with them?
So the first question about the patrol carbines, so that is a long rifle. That is we're required to have in our police cars, but because we've just added them, we need to train officers and train them yearly. So that's the increase in ammunition costs. Part B to that was, sorry, can you repeat the part B?
Just with the tasers that you're replacing with parts and stuff.
So the tasers, we currently are good. We will be, if the budget's approved, we will be purchasing those tasers in July. We will be good till then, but that's it.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for the presentation and the presentation that you gave Council a few weeks ago, giving us a warning in terms of how much stress the force was under. That was really quite helpful. So my first question has to do with outcomes in terms of the increase that you're receiving and the outcomes that you talked about. And what most worried me was when you said that you were not able to follow through on a lot of the court cases. The court cases were starting to fall apart because of the number of hours to be put in, and you weren't making the timeline. So I guess the outcome, my major outcome, will this increase reduce that stress on the force to meet those deadlines? Because nothing worse than thinking that you've caught somebody, you're prosecuting them, and they get to walk away because we couldn't meet the timelines. So I just want to confirm that this budget increase will improve those outcomes.
So in that budget increase is 2 members for our Crimes Against Person unit that does a lot of these major investigations. So yes, that will help with that. Also, the increased staff member to the court office that's responsible to get all that disclosure out. So there are 3 positions in that budget that will have a direct impact on that.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Another question is around insurance. You mentioned that a few times in your presentation in terms of, I think everyone is having an issue around insurance. Municipalities are. We're looking at pooling. Is that an option for police in terms of pooling with other forces? A lot of large corporations do that. They self-insure. So just out of curiosity, is that an opportunity here?
So I don't think we're big enough yet to self-insure. I'm not a number cruncher. I'd have to defer to the town's finance department for that. But a lot of, yes, large services do self-insure because they have budgets that run in the hundreds of millions of dollars. We're hoping to be part of the county's insurance program moving forward. We are pushing very hard for that. I know staff is doing a lot of work on it, especially Bradford West Gwillimbury is doing a lot of work on that. Again, that's mission critical for us. We certainly want to be part of that plan, but we don't make the decision. We are going to be, looks like we'll be joining Bradford's insurance plan in the short term, and there will be some significant savings there, but we don't have any exact figures yet.
And one last question. On the figures that you had, number of calls, 2019 was 29,738, and then it dropped during the pandemic, and we're just above that now. So are you anticipating that those calls for 26, 27, 28 are going to be well above this?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for your presentation, Chief Van Dyke and Chair Garapi. As I think back how policing has changed over time, we used to call them a police force, now they're called a police service. So I know there's been more focus on being proactive with the community to try and put things in place with the community to foster a better environment where you kind of get ahead of crime in the future. Are there aspects of this budget that address some of those increasing needs for that type of initiatives?
So the answer is yes. So an additional 5 staff members for the front line. So an extra officer per platoon. So when we get the platoon staffing numbers up, it allows us to do more proactive work than just reactive policing, if that makes sense. Because if you only, say, for instance, on any given day, you have 4 officers working here and 4 in Bradford, there's not a lot of time for proactive work. But when you add more officers onto the platoons, it gives you more staffing on a daily basis. And during downtime, it gives you time for proactive work. But even when it is busier, if you still have officers free, it gives you time for proactive work.
Councillor Drodge.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for the presentation. It's great that you found a spot to lease to find some savings there, but I guess my question is, do you see yourself in the future looking to build a bigger building?
So the answer is yes, and there is some money in the 2026 capital to start looking at that. We definitely need a new building. We're hoping that councils will agree to one joint building. Somewhere around halfway between our municipalities would be fantastic. Yes, we will need a rather large building because you're looking, if you can see the town's growth projections and projections that the services will have to grow, we're going to need a rather large police facility, hopefully within the next 5 years if we can get it done.
So I guess a follow-up question would be, would you entertain, since we're looking at a fire hall that we're looking to rebuild, could it possibly be a joint avenue with the fire department to build one building kind of central near this hub? Would that be something that police would be interested in?
So I don't want to speak for the fire department, but I know our building needs to be somewhere, hopefully, in the County Road 89 corridor. I don't know if that works for the fire department. My understanding is they're looking more like Innisfil Heights. I can't speak for future growth of the fire department, but certainly that's our needs.
That's all, thanks.
Councillor Saunders.
Thank you. I don't know if you can answer this question now or not, but will there be any direct time given to the ongoing problem of human trafficking? Do you have, will you have officers to work on that?
Specifically assigned to human trafficking, no.
Thank you. I just have a few questions and comments. First of all, thank you, Deputy Clerk. You now have a copy of this presentation in your inbox along with the other presentations we're about to be given, so they're all in your inbox. I also want to thank you, Chief, for producing your estimate for 2026 for us, because we understand that the Police Service Board only approves a 1-year budget, whereas we're approving 2, so we appreciate that, having that. I don't know what I'm allowed to say, but I want to say to my council colleagues, we started out with a lot higher number than this in our deliberations during the Police Services Board. So this is a pared down, and I think you heard the chief reference deferrals of officers to the 2026 calendar year. And then I'll jump on the insurance. So the if we're able to get, and my understanding is that small and mid-size municipal police services are usually insured by their municipality. And if you could remind me, Chief, the City of Barrie, who is significantly larger than South Simcoe Police, they're insured by the City of Barrie, and what their insurance premium is compared to ours.
So directly from the Chief of Barrie, $350,000 a year. And again, they're a significantly larger service, 390 members compared to our 167. And then directly from the Chief of Peterborough, $183,000 per year. We are not going to come in that low, that is for sure. And what I am told is essentially because we will be piggybacking, say, with Bradford. Bradford is only half the size of Peterborough. Barrie is obviously larger than Peterborough and its economies of scale. So that's why joining the county plan would be so vitally important for us, because then we will see major economies of scale. This will be an improvement, but you know, because Bradford is only half the size of those municipalities and only a third the size of Barrie, we won't see quite those numbers.
Thank you. And I just want to also say, though, that if we are in the next few weeks able to come up with a savings in our insurance, understanding you want a little bit more for your overtime budget to make sure that the overtime budget doesn't get over, can we pass those savings on to the 2025 police budget?
Yes, we could, but obviously that is a board decision, not a chief decision.
Yep, very, I should know that, right? Also, just a couple of things. So on the partnership issues, so first of all, the InPower partnership with South Simcoe, which is advantageous, but also over the years sitting on the Police Services Board, I've heard many times about fuel savings and the fact that you purchase fuel from the town of Innisfil Depot, the fleet department, which allows us to save money on fuel as well. I just want to acknowledge that whenever there's an opportunity for partnership like that, that we do take advantage of it. And can I ask what the projected surplus is, if any, in 2024, and the rules around what happens with that surplus?
So that's a dangerous question to ask me right now, because we have a pretty serious investigation on go that's draining our overtime budget. But as of October, it was $160,000, but I wouldn't take that to the bank, Your Worship. If there is a surplus, my understanding is it is split based on the amount of, it's not equal, so say 53-47 goes back to the municipalities. And I understand you fund the capital budget with that, but I could be wrong.
I'm getting nods from the treasurer, so I'll take that one to the bank. So I guess my last point, or two comments I'm going to make. One of them is, yes, the numbers are relatively similar to pre-pandemic, but we all know that it's a totally different world out there since then, and the serious incidents that we've had here in the town of Innisfil since the pandemic. I never thought I would live to see the day that there would be a drive-by shooting in the village of Cookstown. So we are seeing the impacts of the big city come north. So it's not just the number of calls, but the severity of the calls that we're doing as well. And then my final comment is, I'm sure you've heard lately a lot of news about the costs of policing, particularly with our OPP colleagues. So there's been some movement on that recently. So you've heard from the Mayor Hamlin from Collingwood, a 37% increase in policing costs was a surprise to them. All of our Midland, everyone who was OPP policed was getting at least a 20% increase in policing costs. There was a lot of advocacy to bring that down. It was announced Friday by Minister Kersner that they were doing about a $77 million relief to OPP policed communities, which was applauded, of course, by OPP policed communities, but we're like, what about us? Policing costs are the same everywhere, and Mayor Leduc and I did send a letter to Minister Kersner, which I think we copied to everybody. I want to say it was a bit punchy and I think well needed. So we'll see, what, if anything, happens with that, but it's unfair to divide policing along those lines. Having said that, I also want to say that places like huge police forces like Peel, we're looking at 23 or 27?
21%.
21%.
And they were over 14 this year, and they were about just under 9% in 2023.
Yeah, so it's everywhere. It's not just because we're a small police force. It's not just OPP. It's not just one of the big 12. It's everywhere. And, pattern bargaining is part of that. And it's something that the province is going to have to get a handle on. But I don't know if under the title of Misery Loves Company, whether that's helpful or not, but it isn't just a South Simcoe Police issue. It's an issue throughout Ontario. So those are my comments. I think I hit everything. Is there any other final comments before we go to resolution?
If I could just make one comment
Sure,
to your
Chief.
comment. So my understanding on the costs to the OPP police municipalities is these are retroactive costs. There's no talk of any staff increases in this. This is costs for past work. Here you are getting staff in your increase. And that's a very important point. The other thing with calls for service, we did have a blip in 2019, but prior to 2019, calls for service were running around 25 to 26,000 a year. And we obviously during COVID, we had a bit of a calls for service holiday, but they are back with a bang and they are going up. And yes, we used to never get homicides in our community. Well, there was 4 in 2023, and so far this year, 1 plus another 1 that we're working on, so 2 this year that we never had. And this will be a trend that continues as the municipalities grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Could I ask for a mover and a seconder, please, for the police presentation? Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor Drodge. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much for your time today. Much appreciated, your presentation. Next, we will go to our Innisfil Library Board presentation for the budget. And we have with us today Chair Smith and CEO Scucciamari. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Dolan, Deputy Mayor Fowler, members of council. I am Anne Smith, Chair of the Innisfil Public Library Board. Joining me today is our CEO, Erin Scucciamari. Next slide, please. The library serves a growing and diverse population, whether it's through lending materials, offering digital resources, providing creative spaces like the Hack Lab, or hosting community programs. Our library touches thousands of lives every month. Our community engagement has increased significantly. Visits to our branches have grown by 27% in the past year. Digital collections are being accessed more than ever, with a 23% rise in use. Attendance at programs and events continues to climb, particularly in areas like teen and children's programming. Next slide, please. The Library Board is recommending an increase in the library operating budget of 7.7% in 2025 and 6.01% in 2026. The recommended increases are largely due to inflationary and cost of living pressures. Please note there is a slight variance in the 2026 operating amount from what was presented in the budget book due to a clerical error. This amount is related to revenues, utilities, and contracted services. Next slide, please. We are expecting a 12.9% increase in revenues beginning in 2025. I'm happy to share that we have secured a new lease agreement for the Churchill facility, bringing in an additional $32,000 in revenue annually. We are also leveraging other revenue streams, such as room rentals, to ensure we maximize the potential of our spaces for community use. Please note that revenues are calculated on those that are expected. We only include grants in the budget if they are consistent and predictable, such as the Provincial Public Library Operating Grant. We are happy to report that we are maximizing grant opportunities as alternate sources of revenue every year. Next slide, please. There are a few key factors that contribute to the changes in our overall operating budget, and these include the rising costs of materials in our collection, increases in various contracts due to inflation, including snow removal, cleaning contracts, and insurance, expected changes in wages and benefits due to salary progressions, cost of living adjustments, and the annualized impacts of positions added in 2024 to meet service demands. Next slide, please. Considered but not included, teen services. During budget preparation, several factors were considered but ultimately not included. Since we've received inquiries about two specific areas, we wanted to address them today. Over the past year, we've significantly expanded the number of programs available for teens. This success is largely due to our strong partnership with the town and YMCA, working together to achieve the goals of the Building Safer Communities project. However, the funding for this initiative is set to end in early 2026. While we remain committed to serving our young community members, some services, like teen nights, are expected to end. Next slide, please. Considered but not included, Sunday hours. From time to time, we receive inquiries about Sunday operating hours. In order to provide the best information to council and community, we have drafted estimated costs for full and partial year operating of Sunday openings at the Lakeshore branch. Again, this is not included in the operating budget, but provided for additional information and consideration. Next slide, please. Capital budget overview. This slide details the proposed expenditures for 2025-2026, with additional information included in the capital budget detail sheets. Library capital projects are funded through a combination of sources, including DCs, library reserves, and other alternate revenue streams. I would like to provide comments for two of the projects planned for 2025. The first is replacement furnishings, a standard requirement for public places with high traffic flows like our busy library system. However, a higher than normal amount is required to replace broken and cracked glass panels on library shelves with a safer and more durable product. Next slide, please. A closer look, LIB 71. We've proposed a project to expand the children's area in the Lakeshore branch to meet the needs of our growing community, as recommended in the library's most recent facility master plan. With more young families moving into the area, borrowing of children's materials has increased by 58% since 2019. Additionally, we've seen growth in the number of programs we offer for children, along with rising attendance. The current usable footprint of the children's area is 1,250 square feet. Next slide, please. By removing walls, opening some underutilized space and expanding towards the center of the library, we will increase the footprint of the children's area by 44% to 1,800 square feet. This expansion will allow us to better accommodate growing collections, improve safety, and create a welcoming space for our youngest residents and their families. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your ongoing support of Innisfil ideaLAB and Library. At this time, we would be happy to take any questions or comments about the Library Board's recommended budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Smith. Questions or comments? Councillor Saunders.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I have two questions. The Churchill branch, we're getting $32,000 a year. How long is that lease, and does it include the incremental increases per year? And the second one is, I know it's not included in the budget, but do we have a need to have that Sunday opening, or has the demand gone down since COVID for that Sunday opening?
Happy to answer both of those questions. So the lease agreement for the Churchill facility is currently 5 years, and it does include some incremental changes over that term. For your second question, in regards to, sorry, can you just repeat it, Councillor Saunders?
Sunday openings.
So we do get questions from time to time. We do analyze our hours on a regular basis. We're seeing demand for more hours of service. In the past, we did open on Sundays as a pilot, and it was popular. We were unable to continue that service level with COVID, but we do know that some residents can only access our facilities on the weekend. So by being able to be open for 4 hours is what the calculation is for. We do believe that that would be a benefit to residents, especially in the summertime.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. In our binders, in terms of revenues, it says the approved budget for registration and facility fees was $33,000 and proposed is $72,000 for an increase of $39,000, 118% increase. Does that include the new rental money you have, or where are those increases coming from?
That does include the rental revenue for the Churchill facility, as well as some other increases in our room rentals.
Okay, I just want to make sure you weren't overly optimistic. On the question of opening Sundays, if you looked at the profile in terms of the number of people who come to the library, are there days during the week which are rather low that you would maybe shift, let's say, Tuesday to Sunday, as opposed to, just like many restaurants do? Is that an opportunity, or is Monday to Friday busy every day?
So definitely at the Lakeshore branch, the hours that we're open, we are always busy. We have trialed Friday nights in the past as well. That did not go over with huge success, which is why it's better suited for a teen night. Sundays were popular before COVID, but we do an analysis on a regular basis, so sometimes we are shifting hours. For example, it may just be an hour change, but Lakeshore was open till 9 o'clock previous to the pandemic. When we made that change in service levels, we opened at 9 instead in the morning because we had more demand for morning hours. We also look at Stroud. We've made some changes to Stroud hours over the years, so we are no longer open in the evenings in Stroud because we're not seeing the demand. So it is something that we're looking at on a regular basis within our current budget and staffing levels as to where we can shift those hours. But at this point, we are busy at all times that we're open.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Constantine.
I just want to say maybe I'm a little biased towards the library because before I was a member of council, I work in the community and I see how vital it is for the library services to Innisfil community. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's great to see the community embrace the library as it has over the years. But I've heard that some of the services required by residents have shifted somewhat to more of what I call social services needs, and typically that's funded by the county. Is there some opportunity for partnerships with the county to maybe help with some of that workload that the library staff has to deal with when it comes to those needs?
Absolutely, and that's a wonderful question. This year, the county did put out a grant opportunity for libraries across the county to apply to. It was initially a housing navigation grant funding, but they have broadened it out to be human service navigation. And we were fortunate enough to receive this grant for 2024. We were able to, in addition to funding a part of our own staff member, we were able to hire part-time a social worker that works within the library branch and also meets with clients virtually. So we are in conversation with the county about extending that funding into 2025, and it is looking very promising. We don't have a signed document yet, but that funding will continue with the county, and we'll continue those conversations with them.
Thank you for that. I'd like to thank the library for taking that on, because that's not typically what I think someone who works at a library is trained to do, and it's definitely needed. And the fact that you are embracing that, I really want to thank the library for that.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. First a comment regarding the teen nights. I've heard nothing but good things from it, the way they adapt, change, and flow with the environment. It's incredible. With our population growing the way it is, finding services for the teenagers to keep them out of trouble, this is ideal situation. The second thing is a question with regarding to the expansion of the child area. Now, I've been to the library when it's been wall to wall with the little ones. My question is, if we expand the area, will this just take the pressure off the existing staff, or will more staff be required in the future to manage these larger numbers?
At this point, the expansion in the space will be managed by current staff. One of the constraints that we have is in relation to our collections, and our collections are growing, and that's why we need the extra footprint. And in terms of programming, of course, that will be a need as we expand our number of programs and then the number of participants. But at this point, we're looking at it just being status quo with staffing.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Drodge.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the odd case you were to have a surplus in your budget, where would that money be recycled back into?
So looking at the last few years, the library board has made the decision to either apply that to the next year's operating budget or to put that into our computer reserve.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much for your presentation. I, like Councillor Ices, you know, when you look at the presentation before you, the police service and then the library, you'd think that they're quite a contrast, but really there isn't, because the issues that are, you know, flowing through in our community, like homelessness or just people that are having mental health issues, those people eventually find themselves to our kitchen table, which is our library service. So those, having that social service net there, you know, is something that is good, but it again also requires courage and conviction from our library service to pivot and provide a service that not really a librarian is supposed to provide, but so much needed in our community. Thank you for taking that on. I know that a lot of our partners, be it my sister's place in Alliston, which is a shelter for women and children, they're coming to the library and they're offering free legal advice once a month. So there's a ton of services that are being offered, really that are social services that our library are taking on, and it's much appreciated by our community. I would like to flag somewhere or put in the parking lot that Director Melanishin talked about earlier, the ending of the BSCF funding, which is the Building Safer Communities Fund, which is a federal grant, which is the one that's going to end in early 2026, that helps us provide the teen nights. I am concerned that early in 2026, there'll be an outcry if the teen nights do end. So if we could add that to the first item in our parking lot, that would be helpful. If I could ask whoever's going to move and second this presentation, if they would include that amendment to the recommendation, that would be appreciated. Any final comments to the library board?
Can I comment on
Absolutely,
your
yes.
comments, Mayor? Just to let you know that also through the funding, a very special event that's happening this Saturday is a social service fair that's happening at the Lakeshore branch, where we're able to bring together all of those partners that we work with and expose that to the community in terms of what do we have available at the Lakeshore branch. So again, some of the costs for that event are funded through the county's grant, which is phenomenal. And also in terms of the teen programming for the library specifically, it's teen nights and enhanced teen programming, as well as family intervention programming.
Thank you for that clarification and those comments. Any other final comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the recommendation as amended to add, the clerk is looking at me with the quizzical eyes. Yeah, when we get a mover and a seconder, but language regarding the amendment, which would be to flag for the, what are we calling it, Director Melanishin? Parking lot or?
Through your worship, we're suggesting not motions for the parking lot items. We are going to track those and we will revisit them and it'll get complicated saying a motion to a future review in the next day or so. We're going to track those separately, if that's okay.
That is absolutely okay. So then the motion as presented, a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Richardson and Councillor Saunders. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you again for your time. We will carry on, and our next presentation is by CEO Rob Baldwin from the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. Welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity here to present to the 2025 budget. I'm also joined by Mark Critch, our CFO, behind me. If any of the hard-hitting financial questions come that I'm not able to get into the details on. All right, there we go. All right, thank you. As you're aware, we're one of the two conservation authorities within the town of Innisfil. We're approaching our 75th year in 2026. We're one of the older conservation authorities in Ontario, and I think the chief really laid out that this is a growth area, and our whole watershed, really the southern half of the watershed, is an extreme growth area, and that is, we face those challenges with you, but also brings opportunity as we move forward. As you can see, the one thing that separates our conservation authority sort of than the other 35 in Ontario is every conservation authority focuses on the creeks and the rivers within their area. But we have this unique thing in the middle of our watershed, Lake Simcoe, and we have a unique focus around protecting the lake and the work we do on the lake, which really separates us from our fellow conservation authorities. It's a bit of a unique position our conservation authority falls in. So I'm just going to walk you through some of the highlights where we're moving towards in 2025, some budget highlights, looking at a bit of the funding, the total investment request of the town of Innisfil, and where are we moving forward of 2025 and beyond. So where are we heading for 2025? One, we're in the midst of refreshing our strategic plan. We had a 3-year strategic plan that moved us through the COVID years. As also the changes that came to conservation authorities with Bill 229, Bill 108, Bill 109. Conservation authorities have moved through a significant transition period and really have reached some stability in 2024. We'll talk a little bit more in detail about our new education center, a little bit around some of the activities that work we had to update around our Lake Simcoe Protection Plan funding. And hopefully, depending on if there is a lifting of a fee freeze, I'll touch on this a little later, some fee updates. We've done a comprehensive, or just wrapping up a comprehensive fee review following the same standards that our municipal partners follow. So our strategic plan that exists today was called Transformation. It was appropriately titled as we went through a very unique time. It was one of the more transformative times for conservation authorities, and we looked at 5 sort of core areas of focus: champion watershed health and climate resilience, drive evidence-based decision-making, spark a passion and action for nature, advance organizational effectiveness and excellence, and nurturing people and talent. And as we've just hosted a board workshop recently, and these sort of tenets of where we approach are still holding true and will be sort of the basis of the new strategic plan as we move forward. The new Nature Center, this is a highlight project, and I just want to, just last week, we awarded, selected the winning contractor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Draj for his participation on our subcommittee. This is a brand new 8,100 square foot outdoor education center hosted at our facility at Scanlon Creek, so just on the doorstep of Innisfil. We were able to obtain $4.2 million in federal funding through the Community Build federal grant, but the rest of the building and the funding is coming through donations through our foundation and internal. This is being done without a municipal ask. This is a large capital bill. It was a little larger than we anticipated. I think all of us know what the capital costs are that are out there, but we're able to fund this internally and with all our external funding without putting it on the back of the municipalities. And this doubles our ability, our capacity to do outdoor education. And what we have seen is certainly in the post-pandemic, the demand for experience in the outdoors and in green space has increased dramatically. I think that the pandemic showed the value of green space, but also with the growth. We are seeing we cannot keep up to the demand of our school boards with York and Simcoe County, both separated and public. So this will allow us to double our capacity as well as provide a space where we can do other opportunities for other groups or training where we can actually drive revenue to help the operating side of the budget for this building. The Lake Simcoe Protection Plan is the unique mandatory program for our conservation authority, and it is the work we do to help both manage and understand the watershed in this lake. Last year was the shift of our budget as a new mandatory program, so this year there are some minor shifts as we've tried to sort out getting the budget right, and there are some minor program shifts from other program areas into the LSPP, and it just allows to make sure that as we move forward that we have the right program costs that are for the right program areas to ensure that that program is in accordance with the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. So some highlights, of course, one of the things we always pride ourselves on is absolute transparency and accountability in respect to how we bring our budgets forward. We'll be moving forward with a new strategic plan taking us through 2028. And our increase is at or below the inflation rate today. So the overall levy increase is 2%. The board assumptions that we brought forward in the spring, the board approved a levy increase of 2%. We've been able to hold to that in our budget process to date. And as you'll see here, Innisfil is just below 5% of our overall levy-based budget. As you can see, York Region is our largest investment partner at 65%, but Innisfil is just holding in at 4.61%. When we look at the funding request for 2025, the total request is $421,000, and it represents a 3.2% total increase. It includes the 2% levy increase that I mentioned in the slide before, and it also includes the adjustments that the province provides us on CVA costs, which they tell us how much that is driven by the CVA, and that minor LSPP adjustment. So bringing us to a total of 3.2% increase. So a move from $407,000 to $420,000 for the 2025 fiscal year. And as we look forward to 2026, as you are looking at multi-year budgeting, which we'll be looking at trying to adopt a new format around that, we're looking at roughly the same COLA, around 2 to 3% as we move forward to try and give you some comfort on where we're heading in 2026 as well. So moving forward, as I mentioned, the strategic plan refresh will be a key one to help guide the Conservation Authority as we move forward into 2025 and beyond. We are hoping to bring a fee adjustment. One is our fees were set prior to Bill 23. Bill 23 certainly changed all our landscapes in respect to the planning and development world. And so we want to adjust our fees accordingly to match that. Also, there were subsequent regulation changes to our Conservation Authority's reg, how we implement our permitting process that we haven't also been able to adjust. So we have fees we actually want to eliminate. Some we actually want to reduce because some of the work around site plans has gone down compared to what it used to be. Some we have some adjustment upwards. But with the fee freeze, you can't move upwards or you can't move downwards. You are frozen. So we are hoping that the government will allow an adjustment in 2025, at least allow, if not just COLA, but hopefully they lift the freeze so we can actually do the adjustments based on the marketplace. The Nature Center will break ground in January. There will be a more formal groundbreaking ceremony, which the details will be provided in the future, but we're excited for that. That represents a significant change to provide certainly to the residents of our watershed and beyond. Our budget to date, we take the draft budget in a few weeks to the Board of Directors at the December board meeting with approval estimated in January if there are no concerns or issues as we move forward. And with that, Your Worship, I'm glad to answer any questions that members of council have.
Thank you, CEO Baldwin. Questions or comments for the Conservation Authority? Councillor Drodge and then Councillor Waters.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Rob. I think it's really important to recognize that the CA is not requesting any more money from the municipalities to build this project in Scanlon Creek. I know we can't talk numbers right now, but they are much, much, much bigger than what was anticipated. And to achieve that goal of still building that project without asking more money from the municipalities, I tip my hat to the CA. Thanks.
And if I may, Your Worship, it's really, I think the key thing is, yes, the cost came in higher, frustratingly, but I think the big one is the last 10 years of building our reserves and the testament to staff and working with our municipal partners to ensure we have the adequate funds to do this without coming back to a municipality has been critical, and the support of our budget subcommittee to recognize that. And it really goes to the hard work of everyone involved to make sure we were in a financially viable position for that.
Thank you. And I know you had a very hardworking campaign team
Yes,
that was out doing fundraising as well. Councillor Drodge.
And just one follow-up question. Just for the rest of council, I believe you're coming in January to update us on all the changes from Bill 23 and everything that's taken place. Is that correct?
Yes, through the worship. We'll be coming to give a bit of a snapshot of both how has Bill 23 changed our lives, how has some of the subsequent regulation changes and some of the changes in like wetland buffers and those type of things. So a bit of an overview of the landscape that we operate in respect to growth services in our watershed.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks very much for the presentation, and nice to see the budget in front of us in terms of what it is. I do have a question concerning the changes in the mandate for the Conservation Authority in terms of how it affects municipal operations in terms of the planning aspects. We were asked last year to allow for contracts to so we can have planning staff who can now do work that the Conservation Authority used to do. So I was kind of thought there might be a decrease in the budget ask to reflect savings or costs that we're going to be now asked to pay as opposed to you. I would rather them be with you because I think having a holistic view in terms of environmental issues around Lake Simcoe is really important. Now every single municipality has to hire their own planner or contract it out to a consultant. So I guess my question is, are there any savings to the municipality in terms of the budget that comes forward around the expenses we have to now incur? Are they now expenses you're not spending?
Through your worship, so just context. So one of the changes in Bill 23 was that conservation authorities are no longer providing comment on natural heritage other than areas that fall within the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. So there's a minor area that we still do have a role in Innisfil. So that ability was removed. The one thing from a cost savings, we are a full cost recovery on our planning and development services. So they are all development pays for development. It's all self-generated revenue through fees. So there is no savings. There is a savings internally to us because we're not charging for the work, but we're also not paying staff. We have had to reduce our internal complement unfortunately, of the people that did the work. So unfortunately, that has fallen onto the onus of the municipality to complete that work. But I would look at that also as a development pays for development, as a fee service work to recover the potential cost to the municipality. So there isn't a direct savings because it's not on for us, it never was on the levy.
Thank you.
Thank you. I saw another hand. Yes, Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. One of the big concerns that we often hear is about the health of Lake Simcoe, and with the increased growth that we are planning and are seeing, that's forefront in people's minds. I'm wondering if you can comment about parts of what the Conservation Authority does that addresses those concerns and the scientific approach that is used to determine where we're at with the health of the lake.
All right, Your Worship, that's a big question. There's a lot there. I'll try to distill it into a couple pieces. Yes, we are facing the growth challenges like everywhere. While growth presents a challenge, it also presents an opportunity. It allows us to do things that in the past we didn't do well. Better stormwater management. We have some of the most stringent stormwater rules in Ontario are in this watershed, so we're able to apply that. And some of that work can't quite meet all the goals of that, we're able to get offsetting funds that help us do the retrofits in the areas that occur across the municipality, and we know we've done several in Innisfil over the past few years. So that's where we're able to use growth to help pay for the sins of the past. One of the other areas we focus in on is also trying to work on better community design, working with your team here is how do we make these communities the best they can be to look at groundwater infiltration? How do we do stormwater better? How do we ensure that the protection of those key natural hazards, the wetlands and the floodplains are there to ensure that both they're safe but also environmentally sustainable for the health of the lake? On the lake side, how do we do it? We have I've dedicated an amazing team of lake scientists headed by Dr. Ginn, our in-house limnologist. It's rare to have someone of his skill at our authority. They do detailed monitoring from water quality to the plant community. We don't do the fish. We leave that to the province of Ontario. And we're able to understand the pulse of the lake and also the real-time monitoring we do around the watershed as well, to understand the state of the lake. And the lake is in good shape. Does it have challenges? Yes. Does it have some issues? Yes. In the broader scheme of things, the lake is in a healthy ecological place, and we need to make sure we maintain that. And that is maintained through proactive planning and development and working and restorative efforts. We've had an agricultural stewardship program within this watershed for 40, 50 years, and we still continue to do that. But also good quality monitoring ensures that we know that we are making the difference. And I think if I would gladly offer to council. I think one of the if interest to council is having Dr. Ginn come, because some of you have seen in the past. He is a brilliant speaker in talking to the health of the lake, and I think is a very informative opportunity if you're so inclined.
Councillor Ices.
Thank you for that. I guess the challenge is as we prepare for growth, that is a good story to hear. And sometimes I think the positive things that are being done around the lake get drowned out by some of those concerns over the challenges. So I guess the take home is how do we communicate, the positives that are being done and in the world that we're in right now.
To your worship, to Councillor Rice, I agree. Unfortunately, the negative always seems to be the story. That's where the lead in the press is. It's hard. We have communication strategies. We do all kinds of work around that to push the narrative, push what's going on, communicate the status of the lake. Watershed indicators. We have a real-time data portal. Anyone can access the state of the lake data at any time. It's available to any constituent for free. We continue to push that. Unfortunately, it gets drowned out when, at times, if I may, they use aspects of the environmental condition as a secondary way to drive issues around other growth or management decisions. Instead of they use it as a bit of a hook to drive the debate around a topic and really not dealing with the topic itself. And that is what frustrates us sometimes. It also is the misuse of our information at times, or cherry-picked aspects of our data are used to say, oh, this is bad. Well, let's look at the whole. Let's look at the last 30 years, and we can show you a much different pattern. So it is challenging. It's something we fight every day, is to communicate the state and the quality and the health of this watershed, and one we will continue to keep to push.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Something that Councillor Ices talked about has prompted another question, and that's around responsibilities for flooding. I looked through our budget, and we have a huge amount of money being spent on contract services around doing flooding studies and stormwater management. We're even talking about how do we pay for stormwater management. So I guess my question is, how do the municipalities and the CAs work together on flooding in this municipality? Because I see this municipality spending lots of money on flooding studies, which I just naturally assumed in all my years spending with the Conservation Authority, that's something that the CAs did and that we would contract you to do. But I don't see that in the numbers that we're seeing here, that we're spending a lot of money on flooding studies and stormwater management. So what is the relationship and the role between the two organizations in terms of those types of projects?
Through your worship. So there are two, you have to look at flooding in two ways. One is what I would call traditional riparian flooding, the creek, the river floods, the classic big event. The other one is urban flooding, which is surcharging due to high intense rain in urban areas in your sewer system. So there's two types of flooding. How we work very closely with all our municipalities, and especially Innisfil, on how do we do that. So we are the lead on the traditional riparian, the large scale flooding, and how do we deal with that. We're also active in your stormwater management program, and we help guide that and work on that. And a recent example, the town completed some work on basically the local drainage of Innisfil to understand and update that as part of the local drainage aspects that are our municipal responsibilities, like your ditch lines, maintenance, that is the locals. What we're able to do, and we've been working just recently with your CAO and staff, is that work's completed. We have money that we're bringing to the table to take all that updated map, making it work, and now we'll redo all the floodplains using that work, so we're able to provide the funding to the Innisfil to take that mapping to the next level, and you'll have state-of-the-art updated flood mapping within the town. So it's a coordinated effort. It all depends on who's taking lead on the narrow aspects, but it is always coordinated between the two parties on who does what and who pays for what.
Thank you. And the reason I'm most concerned in my ward, which is Innisfil Beach Park and the creeks that flow down there, there's constant flooding down there. And I know this town just did a huge study on what we could do. And I didn't see the CAs mention that much, but I think around the flood mapping, that kind of stuff, is really quite important. So I just wanted to get some clarification in terms of roles and responsibilities. Thank you.
And through your worship, sometimes on that study, we might not have been in the forefront, but our technical team, our engineers, were part of that process internally in the review and we did a technical review of all that work to how it both affects, to make sure it's quality peer reviewed, but also assists us in our work.
Any other questions for Mr. Baldwin? I just had one, and it was to do with the phosphorus reduction control plant, and there's been some commitment from the federal and the provincial government, and recently I believe our neighbors to the south have committed to being kind of the host municipality for some of the phosphorus reduction that comes out of the Holland Marsh. And do you have any update on that? Any timelines, any
Through your worship, your update almost is as good as it's going to be mine right there. No, I don't have a timeline. I know Mayor Luke in the town of Bradford has stepped up to say that they'd be willing to host the potential site. The final report that Aqua, or the Clean Water Agency, is with the minister's office. They have it. What they plan on releasing it or the plan, I don't know at this time. It has been a little quiet, I admit, but I would expect that something will occur when Minister Kanjan returns from her leave. I can imagine that's part of the delay right now, as I know that will be something that is very strong on her agenda, and I'm sure she'll be bringing it forward when she returns in the new year.
Thank you. Is it the opinion of the board of the LSRCA that it will have a significant impact? I remember seeing old models, like very old models, from the CanWet of all of the phosphorus runoff from that part of the lake. Do we think that will be a game changer? Is it worth the investment?
Absolutely, it is absolutely. If you look at phosphorus sources, so the phosphorus contribution to Lake Simcoe from the Holland Marsh at the pumping station that you can see from Yonge Street Bridge to your right if you're heading into Newmarket, it comes down to rainfall. It's anywhere between 2.5 to 7 tons annually. So high rain years, bigger load. And also that phosphorus load is in the soluble form, so it's much more available for uptake in the community and in the lake. And also it enters the lake in the warmer, shallow in bottom of Cook's Bay. So we're reducing that amount of phosphorus, whether it's 50% or 40% or 60%, whatever the final number is annually. Cost per kilogram reduction, it is still by far the single cheapest phosphorus reduction method that we'll see. And it also treats the last sort of identifiable point source. All the sewage treatment plant facilities in this watershed are state-of-the-art. This is the last true point source that we are targeting. This will make a significant difference in the lower Hall River and especially in Cook's Bay. Why it is a capital cost of, in the $30 million and annual operating, I don't know, $1 million, say, that still represents the cheapest per kilogram reduction and will make a significant difference.
Thank you very much. Councillor Waters.
One last question, and again raised by yourself around the phosphorus reductions. This year we saw our beaches closed down for 2 weeks due to algae blooms. Any comments on that?
Through your worship, this year was the most unique year in Lake Simcoe and actually the lakes of basically from Minnesota to Pennsylvania. This was the first year we had a lake-wide blue-green algae bloom. We've had isolated small ones in certain locations around the lake that are just localized, but this was the first one. And it really comes down to the perfect scenario where everything laid out in a perfect way of a high phosphorus runoff. The high rains, we just never got a break. In this, if you remember the spring, every weekish we get a really intense storm, and then we had incredible sunshine. The lake, basically, we kept, in essence, the zooplankton, everything that eats all the algae that basically the building blocks of the food chain, never caught up to itself, and it just, in essence, supercharged the lake, and we ended up with a blue-green algae bloom. This phenomenon occurred across all the large lakes from Minnesota, the Great Lakes, Finger Lakes, Lake Champlain. We all experienced the same issue at the same time. We're spending a lot of time, and O'Brien, and that's why I encourage you, if you have Dr. Gitt, he'll be able to do way better job than I am doing. That's his forte to talk about, but it was a unique phenomenon. Whether it will occur again, it may never occur again. That's the thing we're trying to sort out. What was the true, was there a trigger, or was it just the environmental circumstances of this year?
Thank you, and I think it would be great to have Dr. Ginn here to speak to us about that, because we do often get questions from members of the public about beaches. So seeing no other comments or questions, thank you so much, CAO Baldwin and CFO Critch, for being here today. Very much appreciated.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Drodge, Councillor Waters, all those in favor? That is carried. And the last of our partners who's here today would be the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority presentation. And thank you for being here, Cheryl.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship, members of council, and Innisfil team members. My name is Cheryl Flanagan. I'm the Director of Corporate Services. I do have with me our CAO, Doug Hevner. He's actually just come back to work this week from a pretty hefty illness, so he's staying in the background, and I'll be presenting to you today. So NVCA has 18 member municipalities. Innisfil is one of them. As you know, you share with Lake Simcoe. We do not have the Lake Simcoe or any lake, but we do have the Nottawasaga River, which is our biggest tributary that runs into Georgian Bay. Innisfil Creek is part of our watershed, which is why we have Innisfil in with us. We also are celebrating 64 years this year. We're going to be celebrating 65 years next year, so we're officially a senior next year, and we're pretty excited about that. So included in your budget package was our 2025 program overview. This is something that we started doing back when the MECP was doing the review of the conservation authorities. And it's just something that we've continued year over year because our partner municipalities have really liked to see kind of what accomplishments we've done in the current year and then what some of our pressures are going to be for the following year. So that's part of your budget material that you received, and I'm just going to highlight a few of the with you today. So watershed science also includes our source water protection, which I believe we are also the risk management official for Innisfil. So our watershed science team does work with that. And then we also do a lot of the monitoring that CAO Baldwin spoke of that they do in the lake. We do it in the rivers and tributaries of the Nottawasaga River. Our education program is very, very well established. We have a fantastic education program run out of our Tiffin Center in Essa Township. We host students anywhere from 2.5 years of age all the way up to 90 years. And this year, as of the end of September, we'd seen already 11,000 students come through our camps and our programming. We have programming in place with the County of Simcoe School Board, as well as the Catholic School Board. We also go out to some of our other counties that we have, because we have 3 counties as part of our jurisdiction. Our Camp Tiffin in our summer continues to be an extremely popular event. We get a lot of students that come in from Innisfil as well. We actually expanded it this year from 60 students a week to 80 students a week, and there was still an extremely long wait list. So it's really popular, children love it, and it's really been amazing to see how they're growing to appreciate the love of the environment. One of the other things that we've also started since COVID and the cost of busing has increased is we have what's called outreach to the schools. So our education team, instead of having them come as a field trip to us at the Tiffin Center, we'll actually go out to them at their school and we'll teach them about the environment and the different aspects that they would have learned with us at Tiffin in their own backyard of their school yard. Our stewardship and restoration services. So I come with some sad news. Some of you have probably already heard this. Our manager of stewardship services, Fred Dobbs, is retiring at the end of this month. He's been with us for 31 years. He has made a tremendous impact on our watershed. He has left some incredible shoes to fill, but we're excited for him in his new chapter. He has continued to lead this program with incredible successes. He basically takes $1 of the levy that is received and turns it into anywhere from $6 to $10, depending on the project. This year, we've had some great projects that we've done. One of the biggest ones was actually up in Oro-Medonte with Napoleon. They have owned some land off of one of the rivers, and we've gone in and done some work there with them. But they continue to do work throughout all of our watershed, and fantastic impacts. Our forestry department, our manager of forestry has been with us for just over 30 years as well. I'm sure that he'll be the next one that I'm coming in front of you saying is retiring. He's planted over 1 million trees in our watershed in his tenure with the NVCA. And in 2024, he planted just under 75,000 of them across 24 properties within our watershed. Our flood management, we continue to monitor our flood and low water conditions throughout our watershed, similar to how CAO Baldwin spoke about what our responsibilities are. And we've also ensured that we held a stormwater management technical working group to talk more about stormwater. And then we also completed some vegetation removal in our Pretty River Dike up in Collingwood because we had some challenges going on with that. We also have some pretty significant aging infrastructure with regards to our dams and our dikes that I'm going to speak to a little bit more later on in this presentation. Planning and development, as you may remember, last year we came in front of you asking for additional funds to hire 2 new planners because we were getting some significant backlog. Similarly to Lake Simcoe Conservation, we are one of the fastest growing CAs in the province. We are where people want to move. And that is causing significant increases in our planning and permitting positions. We did go ahead and hire those 2 new staff. And prior to those 2 new staff being on board and trained, from January 1st to April 1st, under the previous provincial timelines, we were meeting 92% of the timelines required. What I'm really thrilled to say is from April 1st until I believe it was September 30th that they gave me the numbers, we were reaching the new provincial timelines at 100% of the time. So that was a really significant, something that we're really proud of and something that we're really striving to continue. Conservation lands. So this is the department that deals with all of the CAs that we hold. We have a lot of them in the area. We have the Tiffin, which houses our administration building, as well as our education building. It's also where we host certain events like weddings. If somebody wants to get married into nature, we have host events there. We also have things like our Nottawasaga Bluffs, the Fort Willow in Springwater. So turning to start talking a little bit about budget, you'll see here, this is how our municipal levy is broken down by each department. Corporate services and governance, like most not-profits, ends up being the highest because we're not money makers. I can't go out and make money as easily as planning does through development charges or through other programs having user fees, to some as low as our environmental education program, which actually takes 0.5% of our levy. Also under corporate services and governance are things that cannot be controlled as easily, like the Police Services Board spoke about, which is insurance. We've continued to see a significant increase in our insurance. We are proud to say, though, that we do leverage our insurance and our benefits, actually, with a hub of all the CAs. So I think there's a majority, I think there's 20-some of the CAs. We all came together as a collective, and so we get a better deal on our insurance and our benefits. Our 2025 draft budget process, so we went to the board in our August board meeting, and at the time we requested a $200,000 increase to our levy for operations, and then we also asked for an additional $200,000 for some new staff. So as I mentioned earlier, in our flood department, we have some aging infrastructure, and that's going to require some significant work, both capital and operational, in the next number of years. Additionally, for at least the last 15 years, if not longer, we've had one person in our flood department, and that's it. And then they've had some support from our manager of engineering. However, given the increased pressures, the climate change, increase in frequency and strength of frequency of the storms that are coming, we do need to add another person into that position to make sure that we're staying on top of the science to best inform our municipal partners. The other thing is, as we have continued to grow and we got the 2 new planners on board, we're now noticing a bit of a backlog in our engineering technical review point of view. So as you may or may not know, as part of planning, so the planning people will put it down into the technical review for the engineers to comment, to come back to the planners, for the planners to be able to submit comments. So combined with the exceptional growth, the more efficient way that our planners are getting things done, and also some of the big projects that are coming down the drain pipe in our watershed. So for example, you may have heard the Honda expansion in Alliston. There's some significant development in Wasaga Beach and Collingwood that are coming down the pipe. And some of those have very specific timelines that need to be met related to some funding from the province. And so it's putting additional pressures on us. So we are looking to hire a contract engineer for a 1-year period to help us as well. Once the draft budget was created, it was sent to our board at the September board meeting, where it was approved for circulation for the 30-day mandatory review period. NVCA does realize, however, that it can be challenging for some of our municipalities, especially some of the smaller ones that don't meet as frequently, to do it in 30 days. So we do try to extend it to about 60 days. And then we actually have our final budget vote next Friday, December the 13th. So just a quick little reminder, this is the second year you're seeing our budget the way that it is. As CAO Baldwin mentioned, there's some change between categories 1 and categories 2, 3 budgeting, so we've had to separate them out. We also did include a combined budget so that you could continue to see what you're used to seeing in previous years. I spoke earlier about how stewardship can take your funds and really leverage them. As an organization as a whole, we wanted to show you what we do. For 2025, for the municipal investment of levy that we're asking for of just under $3.6 million, between the tiny little bit we get from the province for the flood, any grants that we apply for through the federal, third-party private sector, NGOs, and then user fees, we're able to take that budget to just under a $7 million budget. One of the things we like to do too is just take a kind of a pulse of where we are per resident within our watershed, of how much is this impacting each individual resident. Because current value assessment or modified current value assessment can sometimes get lost on the average person. So what we did is we took a breakdown and said, okay, this is what our draft levy is per watershed residents based on the numbers that we received from the M&R. And for our entire budget, that's $17.09 per year. And as you can see, it's broken down into the different departments. In the next slide, this shows the category 1. So out of that $17, $15.42 of it is for category 1 or mandatory programs and services. A whole $1.68 per year per resident goes to our category 3, or what's considered the non-mandatory programs and services. These are the programs and services that our board has considered to be very important, and that we also have memorandums of understanding with our municipal partners to have funding for. And we do thank the town of Innisfil for your memorandum of understanding and support for these important programs. For 2025, Innisfil has grown a bit according to the modified current value assessment. For 2024, your percentage was 7.22% of the NVCA's budget. It's now up to 7.3%. Again, I believe what the M&R told me is they're about 2 or 3 years behind on the MPAC numbers, though. So if you've experienced significant growth in the next couple of years, you're going to continue to see that happen over the next few years. So our total operating levy ask for 2025 is $261,851. The NVCA also implemented an asset management levy about 7 years ago, I believe it is now, to help to offset some of the rising costs of some of the assets that we have, and to try and put a bit more of some balance into the budgeting process with our member municipalities. So instead of having to come to you every year with an ask, we try and keep it fairly steady by doing a 10-year overview. So for 2025, we're asking from Innisfil $15,068, and you can see there is just some of the scheduled capital projects that we are looking to do next year. So this slide is just what the total request is comparatively over 2025. We are asking for an increase of just under $36,000. And I know it doesn't state here, but I know I did, I believe I emailed it to your treasurer. We are hoping for about a 3% increase next year, pending no staff increases that need to happen. And at this time, I'd be happy to open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Director Flanagan and CAO Habner, for being here today. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Ices?
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for your presentation. I've had the privilege of sitting on the board for the last 2 years and have definitely witnessed a lot of the good work that the CA has been doing in the watershed. So I guess I'll ask a similar question that I asked the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority. Can you comment on the state of the watershed?
Thank you. I'm not acting CAO anymore because Doug is back, but I used to say up until this week, I am not CAO, I'm only acting, therefore I don't know everything. And that is a different director's responsibility, and it's not something I would know off the top of my head. I'm just gonna ask, do you happen to know off the top of your head, or do you want me to get back to them?
Through Councillor Ices, if I may, and thank you for my opportunity to be here today. We do a watershed report card check-in, and it's done through our monitoring program. We're working actively in each municipality. I think, we have some pockets where we have challenges. Innisfil Creek is one of the areas that is a challenge. There's been a lot of work that's been done there, riverine rechanneling that's really happened, that's done wonders. We've alluded to Fred Dobbs and the work that he's done. We're a riverine system that runs from below Agilitas, so south of Highway 89, all the way up into Georgian Bay. So it's a long stretch. It's got escarpments, it's got the Oak Bridges Moraine on one side, the Oro Moraine, Innisfil Highlands. So we're a valley system. So we have a lot of pressures from agriculture. We have 70% of our land base is agriculture. So 30% is left for development and natural heritage features within the area. Active forestry program, and again, the work that Fred's doing on the river system itself, stream bank restoration, phosphorus management, buffers. We're really moving into a program with Conservation Ontario and Forestry Ontario, now Forestry Canada, on revitalizing prairie situations. So we're looking at buffers between agricultural lands where we can maybe control some of that phosphorus march into the riparian bank that's going to hit that river, or we can control some of the nitrates that are in the system. For the most part, I would say the Nottawasaga Valley is in the upper echelon. It's in a good place. It's in a safe place, and that's the important part. Monitoring is vital, and that's the Category 3 section. So as a council, when you look at Lake Simcoe, when you look at Conservation NVCA, you didn't see Category 3 much in Lake Simcoe because it's supported through the Conservation Act of Lake Simcoe Act. We have no act. We have this massive riverine system that covers 3,700 square kilometers, actually larger in size than Lake Simcoe. And now you have to decide whether those environmental aspects are worthwhile or not. You send 18 representatives to our board, and they make decisions about what is best for the watershed. And we're always looking what are the effects upstream and downstream. So from a science perspective, I'm very proud of the work that we do, and I think that we're in a safe position right now, Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Thank you. What I got to see with the tour that was hosted through the South Innisfil Creek Drain Rehabilitation Project, and it was, it's right in the center of Innisfil. It's really interesting when you realize, when you just get the other side of Yonge Street, the flow of the water, that's where the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority starts. It feels like it should be all Lake Simcoe, but so it was gratifying to see the work that's being done right in our town here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Drodge.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks for your presentation. This is more of a comment. I just want the residents to realize that some of our wastewater facility funnels into that tributary also, so they also help handle with our wastewater. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drodge. You stole my question, which was going to be, is commenting on the environmental assessment that's currently ongoing for the Cookstown Water Pollution Control Plant, is that Category 1, Category 2, Category 3? Category 1? Okay, that's good to hear. And can I confirm that the the planning positions and the engineering positions, are those cost recovery through the development in the area?
Thank you. Through your worship, that's an excellent question. One that I faced a lot last year when we were asking for the 2 planning positions. That is our goal. We want to become a cost recovery, fully development paying for development. The challenge we've had is how fast we're growing and with the planning freezes. So we also have a Watson report that was completed for our planning fees. We do have them. They were approved by our board. However, the planning freezes came down from the province. So we've requested from our board, pending the fee freeze being lifted, a cost of living increase. And then once the fees have been officially lifted, we're going to be bringing back the Watson report. And that is our goal, is to get to that development pays for development.
Wonderful. I just want to say, please pass on my congratulations to Fred Dobbs. Fun fact, he's so passionate about his job, he actually tricked his wife into naming their children after species of trout. So
their daughter's name is Brooke. It's no joke.
So I hope he has a very happy retirement. And thank you both for being here today. And a mover and a seconder, please, for the presentation. Moved by Councillor Ices and seconded by Councillor Saunders. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. And we are exactly on time, exactly to the minute. So we will now have a 10-minute break and be back here for 11:20, please, and that will be the building permit and inspection services will be first off. Thank you. All right, thanks everybody for being so prompt. So we'll continue with our budget deliberations on item 4.7, which is our Director of Planning and Growth presentation. And I will say that that starts on page 79 of your budget book. Whenever you're ready, Director Lee, and that's tab 4.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Sorry, just getting readjusted here so I can ensure the staff can come up and participate as we move forward. So we're going to start with the building permit and inspection services. Page 79 is where that starts in the book. One of the areas that's probably easier to start with, so building services is definitely one of those areas that is full cost recovery through the process as legislated under the building code. You will see that I have our Deputy Chief Building Official, Nick Ippolito, with us today. Our Chief Building Official is off for bereavement leave currently. So in terms of the service overview of the responsibilities within the team, they obviously work within the Ontario Building Code and under the Building Code Act. You'll see some statistics that were both identified in the budget book, but essentially receive on average about 860 building permit applications a year, issuing about 830 permits a year, and undertake over about 10,000 inspections a year, and that's that 7-year average that we're seeing. One of the big changes that is coming in January of next year is the implementation of a new building code. 12 years in the making. We've heard about it for a number of years. We do finally have that, so the team has been working on training, learning about it, and then looking to implement it. There will obviously be some challenges while it comes into effect January 1st. There'll still be some learnings going on, certainly within the team as that moves forward. You'll also see from a customer service perspective, on average, they investigate about 165 cases a year within the team. The department also is also involved in the mandated septic reinspection program for all of the areas within the source water protection and the Lake Simcoe protection boundaries. So in terms of the operating budget, the building department does collect fees for their services to offset their costs, and we do have a stabilization reserve. So in years where there is a surplus, those go into the reserve for years where there may be a potential deficit in order to ensure that we can continue to provide the level of service that is required moving forward. And what we did flag in terms of sort of the revenue and expenditures that you're seeing for 24 and what's proposed for 25 and 26 is that we are trending towards a surplus in 2024 that would be put into that reserve. Some of the key considerations. So within the budget, we did propose a new plans examiner building process specialist. And what was identified within that is that you heard in a number of the presentations this morning, Innisfil is a growing community. We're expected to double in size by 2051. And with that, although the number of permits continues to increase, the complexity and the type of specialty required for those permits will also increase. So while we love having additional employment and economic development opportunities in the town, it does bring larger, more complex buildings. We have a number of proposed developments, including an RVH South Innisfil campus that would be coming. Those are all complex types of buildings. They require a certain type of review. We have individuals within the team that have the complex building and large building skill set, but we need more of those individuals within the team. So this individual, while being funded through the reserve, would be an additional offset for those more complex skills that are required. Those individuals are also very actively involved in our site plan and review planning processes at the start before the actual building permit. So having additional skill sets there to assist in those reviews through the planning process and to try and continue to achieve the timelines that we're meeting is definitely necessary. We have also been outsourcing some of our applications when we're not able to achieve our timelines or where we have a large number of applications. We do use a code consultant for some of that work. And while we could continue to use that for some of this larger complex application work, they too also become busy and they rely on individuals from other organizations to support them. So having the skill set in-house is definitely necessary moving forward in terms of the amount of growth that we are looking to see moving forward. So that is the short version of the building presentation. So we're certainly happy to answer any questions that council members have.
Thank you very much, Director Lee. First question is Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just looking for some clarification on page 80 of 261, and this is the measuring work and performance. I'm kind of looking for a correlation between building permits issued and inspections undertaken. So if we're looking at 2021, there are building permits issued, which is 1,200, and inspections undertaken is 7,000. But then when you go to 2022, it's 741 versus 10,000, going in kind of opposite direction. And it seems to be, there's no correlation. I just kind of, could you please explain what the correlation is, please, if there is one?
Sure, I'll certainly start that, but I may get the Deputy Chief Building Official to respond further as necessary. So I think it's important to note the building permits issued is the overall of all building permits issued, whether those are single detached dwellings, whether those are townhouse, the apartment buildings that we're now doing, whether that's a small commercial building or a large commercial building. Each level of building permit would have a different level of or number of inspections that may be required associated with it. So if they were, if all 700 of those permits were single detached dwellings, they would have roughly 8 inspections. So that's an easy number. As you get into a townhouse, it might have more. An apartment complex would have additional inspections. So that while it's still one permit, we're now into potentially 15 inspections for that apartment building. A large complex building like the Broccolini building far exceeds the number of traditional commercial inspections on a building. So that's where you won't see a correlation that it's, every permit has 8 inspections. Mm-hmm. There may be more than that in any particular case.
Okay. Go ahead. Anything to add, Nick?
Thank you. Through the mayor, I think Director Lee pretty much summed it up very well. The only thing to add to it, sometimes looking at it on a calendar year is not the best way of looking at it because projects do last. I'll give you a good example. We have a Friday Harbor project right now. Permit was issued in 2022. We haven't even issued occupancy permits yet. That's not going to happen until
2025. So there's a little bit of a delay sometimes, and some projects are so mass and huge, they do take years and number of inspections. We're there almost every day, basically on one building, that's one permit, and sometimes the numbers don't reflect that as well as it probably should.
Thank you.
Councillor Ices?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question regarding the changes in the building code that have been enacted. Typically, those changes add complexity or cost to a building, and there can be a rush of projects trying to get done to avoid some of those increased regulation or cost. Did we see that in Innisfil? As far as projects trying to get done under the old rules instead of the new ones?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ices, we have seen, what we have seen is more of the, they're coming ahead of the line. There is a transition rule that is in play under the building code. So it says as long as you have the application or the drawings substantially completed by the end of the year, you're still under the old code. So that does give you a couple of months in order to deal with that. Then the permit has to be actually applied for in March. I have a funny feeling come January, February, March, yes, we will be seeing quite a bit of an influx in permits coming in because they're trying to get under the old permit, under the old building code.
Other questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Just in regards to the dollar amounts, we're talking about the code consultant versus the full-time at $131,000. What would be the ballpark for the previous year for the code consultant?
Through you, Mayor Dolan, to the Deputy Mayor, we would have to look because it would, so that cost would be borne back by the building permit applicants. So I will have to confirm what that dollar amount, I'm not sure we actually have it as a separate line item, so I can confirm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions and comments? I had two. So again, I'm looking for some explanation. So on the very first column, it talks about permits and other development, and we're looking in 2025 for a 2.7% increase in permit and other development fees. And then in 2026, we're looking at 4.8. But when the projected growth, assessment growth, is only, I think, around 2% for 2025. So I'm thinking this might be an Audrey question or a Mike question. So if we're expecting 2.7 and 4.8% increase in fees, is there any relation to expected growth, assessment growth?
Yes, I'll attempt to answer that question. In terms of building the budget, there is a correlation between assessment growth and what's happening in this department. I don't know that we're really that sophisticated when it comes to building our budgets in terms of using sort of those same projections in both areas. When building this budget, most likely, they're looking at the data that they have in historical trends versus what those growth projections are. And as well, keep in mind that it's just not all about new building permits. There's a lot of activity that goes on outside of those new building permits. So yes, there's a correlation. I'm not sure how much of an impact that would have on these figures because it does include other non-growth items.
Thank you. Councillor Ices?
Thank you, Worship. I had a similar question on the assessment growth, so I thought I would ask it now. I'm seeing just in the news other neighboring municipalities are using more aggressive assessment growth percentages in their budgeting. I'm just curious on maybe the methodology that you're using to get to that 1.9% growth target.
Through your worship to Councillor Ices. So in terms of growth, I mean, it has impacts in different parts of our budget. For operating purposes, assessment growth, provides more property taxation. And so in coming up with the 1.9 that we did use for 2025, that's coming from MPAC. So MPAC, of course, is tracking that new assessment during the year, and we're looking at that as the year goes on. And so they close off a new assessment by the beginning of October. So we know already what our new assessment is for 2025. So I'm using exactly what we're going to be getting for new assessment growth for 2025. For 2026, MPAC does provide us with a preliminary forecast. And so we have been provided that, and that's what I have included. And so MPAC, when they build these forecasts and these projections, they're using the building permit data that they get from the town. And then, whatever analysis that they do on that to say, hey, because when a building permit is pulled, within another year and a half, 2 years, I'm not exactly sure on the timing of that, then that house will be occupied, then we'll have that assessment and we'll be billing that new property, charging the property taxes. So they do that assessment based on the building data, and so the projections that I've used in the operating budget are from MPAC. The other piece to growth is related to development charge revenues that help fund our capital projects. So that is a tough one to forecast as well. And so for purposes of the budget, we have used the development charge, the growth forecast as contained in our 2023 development charge background study. Since that was fairly recent and our most recent and accurate forecast of development charges going out 10 years, that's what we've used in building our capital budget and forecasting out what the revenues would be.
Thank you. One other question that go ahead, Director Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Just a couple of other comments in terms of the permits and other development fees. As Ms. Webb indicated, that's not just the building permit fees. So as applications are getting more complex, there may be foundation permits associated with that. So there may be additional costs building without a permit, and then you're paying additional permit fees. So it isn't necessarily, back to Councillor Waters' correlation, there may be additional fees incorporated within that, and it is associated with the projected permits.
Thank you for that. This next question might be in the weeds a bit, but I do get calls about it, so I'm going to ask it now while I'm thinking of it. And that's the septic inspection fees for either the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan or the Source Water Protection, the Clean Water Act. And it's to do with newer septics where they have a yearly inspector come from whomever installed their. I get calls about, are they required to pay us as well as if they're on a contract to have their septic re-inspected regularly?
Thank you for the question. It is something, so right now, the wording in the Act and through the regulations is if it's less than 5 years old, it's exempt from requiring that inspection. So 5 years is the magic mark. Once we have that, then some systems, the treatment unit systems do have annual inspections, and we actually do give, as long as they provide the paperwork to us, we actually don't charge them for that. That's only if you have, pardon the names I'm going to provide, like the trade names, the Waterloos, the EcoFlows, the treatment units that have a requirement there under the Act for a annual inspection by the manufacturer.
Wonderful, thank you. Seeing no other questions, we'll go on to the bylaw enforcement.
All right, thank you, Mayor Dolan. So we are switching to page 48 in the book, so within tab 3. Within the bylaw division, we do speak to the number of bylaws, so I think that's really important for council to understand. There are over 30 different types of bylaws that the team provides education and awareness. We do work under more of a reactive approach rather than proactive. We are hoping to change that as we move forward and try and provide more education, but that is definitely a challenge, as you see with the number of calls that the team does receive. One of the main changes that had occurred, and I'm still getting used to the new name because it used to be AMPS and now it's APS, the Administrative Penalty System. So we had implemented that for our parking enforcement program. As you see with the numbers on the screen, we completed over 2,000 screening appeals in the first year of the program. So I think the program is working very well. I think there are some lessons that we've learned through that program. I know I certainly get questions from members of council and others about, when are we expanding it to include other bylaws? And we had certainly indicated that over time we will continue to look to do that. We wanted to sort of fine tune the system, I think, first to make sure it's working. And then look to evolve it. So primarily the service areas in the bylaw team, the parking enforcement, animal control, property standards, noise and zoning. And what I will say, similar to the building team, within the bylaw team, the types of complaints and the education is definitely getting much more complex in terms of the bylaw and the inquiries and the concerns that are being raised. As growth and more residents come to the area, the awareness of what bylaws are there does continue to be there. So you see we're certainly trending with higher call volumes from the community through the customer service team and through the bylaw team with over 2,000 calls for service throughout the community this year. So within the operating budget, similar to many of the other areas, the 25 and 26 budget reflects the changes for the wages and benefits for a variety of contract agreements, economic adjustments, and really the focus for the team is on maintaining our current service levels within the community. We certainly, although we do see a bit of a dip in terms of some of the specific penalties on the parking program this year, we are starting to see that will continue to increase, and that's what we've anticipated through the 26 operating budget to try and offset the impacts to the property tax levy. There are, like other areas, obviously inflationary increases that have been factored in terms of the uniforms, the equipment, and that equipment also including, as you'll see in some of the capital cost equipment for the vehicle from an animal control perspective. But definitely necessary equipment, and so we factored those increases in. We are also seeing a much larger number of stray dogs running at large within the community, and therefore the operating costs within the animal control team have continued to increase as well. So key considerations that have been identified, certainly this is an area where I think a number of questions have come up. This individual that we have recommended, the programs coordinator, is not another officer. So this is more dedicated to the technical and administrative support for the team. The individual would be working on coordinating some of the hearings and screenings in terms of that APS program, and therefore would be ideal in terms of trying to expand that program in the future, would support both the leader of the team, but also the officers to allow them to then spend additional time in the field rather than doing some of the paperwork and other inquiries that they deal with. So this person would be more of that technical support to allow that team better efficiencies in the work that they're doing. And then the second component that I did speak to very briefly from a capital perspective was the additional animal control equipment replacement. The catch poles, the cages, really looking to renew some of that equipment in the vehicles. As you see, most of that was last updated. It'll be 2 years at the start of this year and then 3 years by the time we get to the 26 budget. So definitely necessary with the amount of use the equipment gets to replace that equipment. So very quick overview, but certainly we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Questions or comments for one of the probably most that we get the most calls about, right, would be bylaw. And I would go first to Councillor Drudge.
Thank you, Your Worship. So you mentioned dogs at large, but we have a growing problem with wildlife and feral cats. Is there any proposal in that budget to kind of look into those aspects of animal control?
So through you, Mayor Dolan, I think the short answer is no, there is nothing in the budget to start to look at the feral cats.
So maybe we can add that to our list when we bring that back to have a conversation about that. Thank you.
So just before I go to Councillor Ices, I just want to talk about this parking lot. So this is a place to have further discussions about things that you know, we feel need further discussion. But without doing a vote on them, if I'm the only one who thinks that teen nights is important, it probably shouldn't be in the parking lot, right? It should be a majority of us that feel that it should be in that parking lot. So should we be having like just a straw poll vote for things that we want to put in the parking lot to make sure that the majority of us feel it's worthy of further discussion versus putting a bunch of stuff in there that only one member of council thinks is worthy? I guess, do I go to the clerk for that, or Mr. Melanishin?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, that would be great in helping us, you know, plan and manage that parking lot as opposed to throwing everything in there. If there's some sort of informal agreement not to, we don't need a formal motion to put it on the table or put it in the parking lot. If it can be more informal, that would be really helpful for us too.
Okay, it would help manage the size of the parking lot as well. So the first one was the teen nights and the other things paid for out of the Building Community Safer Fund. Who feels that that's important enough to be put in the parking lot? Good, okay. And Councillor Drudge is dealing with feral cats and wildlife. Who think that requires further discussion? So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 no. Sorry, Councillor Drudge. So that one doesn't make the parking lot. And we'll go on to Councillor Ices' question.
A couple questions. First one, maybe an explanation of the anticipated decrease in parking fines for 2025, if there's a reason for that.
Through your worship to Councillor Ices, the projection for 2024, we were hoping for a quicker rebound from COVID. So we did see decreases in fine revenue during COVID. Now that we're a few years out of that, we've kind of looked at the trends and made a more conservative estimate for 25 and 26. So we see 26 increasing beyond 25, but we've brought that estimate down just in line with what we're seeing.
So follow-up, I guess, with regards to the ask for another position. Having that position filled, would we anticipate you'd be able to put more emphasis on enforcement and we would see some of those revenues come back into the budget?
I'll maybe start that, Councillor Ices, and then turn it over. So that's the intent, is by having the individual that would be more focused in the office, dealing with the coordination of the screenings and the hearings and some of those customer service components of it, and the technical side, that it would provide capacity for those officers to be in the field more, to be addressing more fines and more bylaw infractions.
Other questions and comments for bylaw? So a couple of comments from me. One is, I think that, you know, we could have some significant policy changes in bylaw over the next little while. Maybe yes, maybe no. Council hasn't had those discussions yet. STAs is a big one. I know that the amount of time bylaw spends on that. Fireworks could be another one. You know, winter parking restriction reduction could be another one. We know there's some sort of a petition formulating in the community over that. So I guess you can't. It's an unfair question. You can't plan for something that council hasn't made a decision on yet. But I think when we do have those discussions at this table, you know, part of it should be, how is this going to affect the resources that we have on the ground, right? And that goes to why we don't want to drive to Procyon to drop off a raccoon that takes 2 hours when we're losing then a bylaw officer for 2 hours. But so those kind of comments. But my more high-level question is, my time here over the years, we've contracted out services, we brought them in-house. We've contracted out services, we brought them in-house. So we contracted out parking enforcement, we contracted out animal control in the past. And just the justification for keeping this in-house and whether or not that's the most cost-effective way of dealing with the issues we have in our municipality.
Thanks, Mayor Dolan. I'll perhaps start that and then turn it over to Mr. Harris. I think a couple components. So just coming back to your comments about, you know, there are a number of bylaw or policy changes that will be coming to council. As each of those come to council, whether it's short-term accommodation, whether it's fireworks, whether it's a homelessness strategy or other components that will come forward, there are other existing bylaws of those 30 that Mr. Harris and his team are working on changes. So as those come to council, there will always be consideration of what are the impacts of those proposed changes. Can they be accommodated within the existing staff team? Do they need additional resources? Can they be contracted out? And sort of what are the benefits or detriment of doing that and each of those options? What I would say from a contracting out perspective, I think it's always a conversation, but it really is about understanding the needs of the community, having the awareness of the community. And so at this point, certainly having those provisions in-house and bringing in the number of students that we bring in at sort of a more efficient rate has been a benefit to the team in terms of that continuity of the team, and then having that same messaging delivered to residents about the bylaws. So there's certainly been a benefit to date in it not being a contracted out, but it is something that as each bylaw comes to council, we do identify whether there's an opportunity that we believe there would be a benefit. When that short-term accommodation piece comes forward, it's not just a bylaw, there's other departments that impacts. So looking at whether that's contracted out, as some municipalities have done or not, will definitely be an option for consideration.
Thank you. Final opportunity for bylaw questions. Thanks to Mr. Harris and his team. I know, like, one of the more difficult, you know, people are never happy to see a bylaw officer at their door or telling them what they can or can't do. So thank you for your service. Seeing none, we'll go on to economic development.
All right, so I know Ms. Thompson's going to come up and join me. So we are at page 87 in the book.
And I just want to say thanks to whoever remembered to put page numbers in the book this year, because the one year we didn't have page numbers, and it was difficult.
Okay, so certainly from a service overview perspective, the economic development team obviously is very critical in supporting growth. As I said, we're certainly looking at significant growth over the next 30-ish years. That's not just residential growth that happens in the town, but we're definitely looking for our local and our regional economy to continue to grow. We want to ensure that while people are living here, they also have the opportunity to work here. And certainly we know that's been a challenge that we're trying to work through with the team. So through Laura's leadership over the past couple of years, we've definitely seen a lot of progress in terms of the programs, the offerings that the team is providing, additional access to business supports that have happened, and certainly a focus on really looking at local programming and impacts to support our local businesses. Obviously, at the end of last year, we did bring to Council the Economic Development Strategic Plan, which is a great guiding document in terms of the work that Laura and the team are working on. It really does help them to set their priorities moving forward. And through that process, as you see, there were over 300 business stakeholders that were involved in the development, responding to surveys, participating in discussions on that, which we think is definitely helpful in ensuring we have the support of the business community. There were a number of gaps that had been identified through that process, and certainly that's where the team has been focusing. Each year they have identified a work plan. They've taken sort of the top 10 of those actions and recommendations to bring forward in any given year. One of the areas that was identified as a gap in Innisfil was really looking towards the tourism sector, trying to ensure that given we have the opportunities with the lake, with recreation components throughout the town, that we really look to sort of leverage opportunities where available to expand and actually start into the tourism sector a little bit more. And also trying to ensure that we can continue to improve service delivery to a number of our existing employers, major employers in the community, but also to grow that sector of major employers within the community. And very much a focus of industrial and commercial investment attraction opportunities. We've certainly spoken to Council about Innisfil Heights, but as we also go through the official plan review in the next year, looking at other opportunities for industrial and commercial attraction throughout the town for sure. All of the actions that have been identified in the Economic Development Strategic Plan are aligned to try and help us move towards the target of the 26,000 jobs. So the growth of the 16,000 jobs by that 2051 timeline that's identified in both the county documents as well as the town documents. So really the efforts being focused within the team on how do we ensure that we grow those jobs, but not just jobs, the type of jobs that are coming to the area and the types of businesses that we're trying to attract to the community. So in the operating budget, there are a couple of areas that we wanted to certainly focus on. In June of this year, Council did receive a report on the DMZ Innisfil program, which included not only the program supports and the work that's being done that Council supported in principle, the continuation of that work and the benefits that that program provides, but also in terms of the lease for the space in Stroud that is used for the DMZ Innisfil office. That space is also used by the economic development team, given the capacity within Town Hall. So definitely a necessary space for the economic development team, but also for event space for the number of events that run on a monthly basis by the economic development team for DMZ programs, but other economic development programs as well. There have also, while they've expanded the scope in terms of the type of work they're trying to do, the team has also worked with the town finance team in terms of a number of grant and federal and provincial grant opportunities. We were successful in a RED grant amongst others, and those are being used wherever possible to definitely offset the budgetary impacts and allow the critical work that needs to happen in alignment with that economic development strategic plan. So that's where you've seen essentially looking to expand, and the focus that I'm going to speak to in terms of a number of the capital projects that are identified on the list is really in terms of how we look to intentionally invest in investment attraction activities over the next number of years to continue to grow our industrial and commercial tax base. So a couple of considerations that we've highlighted. The first one being the conversion of the DMZ project coordinator from a contract position to full-time. The current individual has been in that role since 2022. They do work on, they're responsible for a lot of the DMZ-related programming and events on a monthly basis. With that decision to continue with the program that council made, it really is critical to have that full-time staff. While they're in a contract and they are putting in full-time hours, having that certainty in terms of a full-time position will ensure continuity of the staff team and the specialized skills that are necessary in that position to ensure ongoing success of the DMZ program. And given the intent is to continue with the program in the lease space, we think it was an appropriate time that it should be considered for that conversion to the permanent to align with that sort of 5-year cycle of the expansion and extension of the program. There were specific asks in terms of additional economic development project expenses that were not included within the proposed budget, so we just wanted to flag that. We are, where possible, trying to make adjustments in terms of the grant funding that we get to ensure that we can continue. I would say Laura works very hard, and then with her team in terms of how do you juggle the amounts of money that are in the budget to ensure that she can deliver on all of the components that are in the strategic plan. So there are a number of capital programs that have been identified. There are sheets for each one of these in the capital budget. Each one of these programs aligns with, and we've been very intentional of identifying which specific action within the economic development strategic plan that they align with. But they are all critical in terms of both the tourism side that we're trying to start to grow and expand. So you see the tourism culture, logo and branding, but also then in terms of the economic impact, Innisfil Heights, and doing that analysis of what other types of businesses we want to see there. So being ready as the infrastructure gets there for water and sewer to the area, that we're ready to determine what types of uses really are, where we want the community to grow in that way. And then you see the development and implementation of a community improvement plan, or a CIP is one of those acronyms we tend to use. Really what we, I've heard it, but more I'm sure Laura and her team, the number of businesses that we get inquiries from saying what type of incentives or offerings is Innisfil providing to us. And so the CIP program is the development of that approach of how are we trying to leverage and bring businesses to Innisfil to essentially draw them away from our neighbors or partners. So a really critical component, because it is a conversation that continues to come up more and more within Laura and her team, and certainly we hear it in a number of the pre-consultation or other planning applications that come forward for sure. So certainly, and you'll see it on each one of the individual capital program sheets, but they're funded through either grant opportunities that we've been successful on or components of the development charges that have come forward, and really it has been about trying to ensure that there is alignment. Having that economic development strategic plan really gives a good sort of direction for Laura and the team in terms of where they should be focusing their actions and ensuring that they can achieve the goals that Council has agreed to. And with that, I think we'll open it up to questions.
Thank you very much. Deputy Fowler?
Thank you, Your Worship. In regards to the tourism consulting, was it the ADM 58, the Tourism Culture Logo and Brand, I see that the costs, the $75,000 is going towards consulting fees. Now, my thought in regards to this matter is, why are we putting it to an outside source? Why are we not tapping into the resources we have in the community? We have the Innisfil Arts and Heritage Committee, I think it is. We have local artists that would be willing to step up, as they know Innisfil, they live and breathe it, many of them, and the skill we have within the borders of our town is incredible. So, I mean, the idea of going elsewhere for it to a consultant that doesn't gel with Innisfil as many of our residents do, I think this would be a better option. We can tap into our local high schools. We can set up a contest, promote the town and the artistic community as well in the process.
So I'll perhaps start that, Mayor Dolan, and then I may turn it over to Ms. Thompson. I think, Deputy Mayor, what I would say is all of those would be critical components in stakeholder feedback, involvement in that project, but you still need somebody to manage the project. And with the varying priorities that are on the team currently, we don't have the capacity in-house to take that on. So we would have someone to lead the project, work with the economic development team, and then that would be incorporated into all of the work, getting all of those inputs from those varying groups.
Thank you. I believe Andrea has answered that well, but just to note that through the procurement process, we will be putting together comprehensive guidelines in terms of what that work would look like, and certainly members from the community are encouraged to apply.
Can I just ask quickly, is this OLG funding, is that what that acronym is? DISCAR, RFOLGC? I'm sorry, on page 22?
Page 22 of the capital sheets?
Right.
That is my understanding, is that is the OLG funding. Discretionary RFOLGC.
So the red funding is being used for which projects?
The RED project is geared to support the implementation of the Economic Development Strategic Plan. There's 60 action items, so we have allocated some of those to the ARS funding that you've just mentioned, and there are a component that we've pulled into a business retention and expansion project, and that's what's being covered through the RED funding. That includes about 6 initiatives, plus the contract staff to implement that.
Thank you. Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. Maybe a little bit on a different note. A lot of council's interactions with economic development has been directly involved with the DMZ program, which has been incredibly successful, I believe. So I think in my mind, I think economic development and DMZ are interchangeable, but I'm starting to realize that they're not. So can you give me an idea how much of the budget is specific to DMZ and how much is on economic development?
Through you, Mayor Dolan, I don't have that specific figure here, but I will share that the economic development portfolio is made up of 2 project areas. There is the DMZ Innisfil program, through which we support entrepreneurs and small business owners. However, we do also have the municipal economic development component, which includes business retention and expansion support, support of major employers, support of local retailers, workforce development, newcomer support, et cetera. So that's much broader than our DMZ Innisfil program, which is more focused towards entrepreneurs and newcomers. As I mentioned, I don't have that breakdown, but I would say it's probably split fairly evenly, unless Andrea has perhaps more details there.
Yeah, through to Councillor Ices, we don't actually split it within so economic development in terms of the overall salaries and benefits and the work they do is a line item. It's not split between the DMZ program and the rest of the economic development work. I would say it's a fairly equal split just in terms of how we resource their time, but it is not split within the budget.
Okay, so I guess as I think through how economic development works, we have been putting a lot of emphasis on the DMZ, the incubator type thing. The other part, as we talk about branding and studying of where we're going with economic development funding, I guess I would encourage you to think about that. Is there a danger of getting that we think economic development is just DMZ? The other part, as we see Innisfil Heights start to grow with the more traditional businesses, can we have some focus on that, realizing that that's a key part of our economic vision for the town? So I guess I would put the question, is some of that emphasis going to the other part, the non-DMZ?
So Mayor Dolan, I'll jump in on that. Absolutely, I think that's been the focus, Councillor Ices, over my 2 years here and working with Laura and her team is, initially an evaluation of the success of the DMZ Innisfil program, what it's about, and expanding that into more local attraction and retention beyond just the regional benefits of the DMZ program. And then what you're seeing in this budget is more of that focus on the broader economic development activities, so focusing on Innisfil Heights and the other employment and commercial industrial uses to the broader town area. So a number of the projects that are identified in this budget are beyond the DMZ program and really more focused on town-wide economic development.
And then my final comment, and I'm not sure if we can put this in the parking lot. Have we ever thought about funding economic development using ARS? I know we have very specific rules around how the ARS funding is used, and it relates more to capital projects. But in my mind, the economic development money that we spend is the capital that runs the town, jobs into the future, kind of that building block. So not sure how we go forward with that, but maybe I'll ask for a comment there.
Through your worship to Councillor Ices, the ARS fund, which is where our OLG money is transferred to, there is a policy for that. Now, it's been a while since it's been updated, so certainly something that needs to come back to council. But in that policy, it does indicate that we will use those funds to fund capital projects like the non-growth portion of capital projects. And we will use it to fund, we can use it to fund operating costs that are one-time and strategic. So it's not necessarily intended to be ongoing funding. At least that's the way the policy is written now. It's not necessarily intended to be ongoing funding of initiatives. So, I mean, that's the way it's written now, but it is a council policy and could be changed.
Thank you. Two quick things, and I'll go to Councillor Waters. We're in committee of the whole. The through you, your worship thing, we can dispense of that for today and Friday because just save ourselves a little bit of time. And secondly, I agree with you, Councillor Ices. I think all of what's been going on with the other side of economic development has always been there. It's just we haven't communicated it as well as we have communicated the DMZ part. I'll tell you that staff and the deputy and I, went to visit a potential new business to move to this area and asking them, you know, why Innisfil? And the answer was Laura Thompson, our manager of economic development, was the reason they wanted to move here, and how that relationship building and eagerness to respond to questions and concerns was the reason that they're considering choosing our municipality. So I would say it's there, but maybe we just, it's the grunt work. It's not like the DMZ is sexy, right? So it gets talked about more, but I would agree that that other work's been happening, but it's we don't highlight it as we do the DMZ. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. Perhaps I might just add some clarity. The DMZ Innisfil program is very public-facing. A lot of the work we've been doing over the last 2 years has been focused on increasing access across the community, so we've invested quite heavily in our marketing. On the municipal economic development side, you won't see as much of that even moving forward. You probably won't see as much of it through public-facing communications because we're working directly with major employers. We're working directly with investment leads, and a lot of that work is unfortunately confidential. It's commercially confidential, just because of the nature of the work. So just to assure council that that work is happening, I just want to let you know that this year in 2024 alone, we supported 180 new business and investment leads. That's up 60% over 2023. So we are very active on that side of things. Additionally, our marketing reach includes more than the public-facing, perhaps social media reach and news releases, videos. We've been doing lots of that. But a lot of our engagement has included direct newsletters to investors. And again, we've doubled that brand reach since 2023 with over 700,000 touch points this year. So I just want to assure council that work is happening. It's just not all public facing. We will be providing an annual activity report in Q1 of next year where we'll be able to detail that for you to give you that assurance.
Finish off there, Councillor Ices, and then I'll go to Councillor Waters.
As I looked through the numbers, I guess that was where I was going with this and wanted to know the breakdown of the DMZ, because devil's advocate, in your performance, you're saying we've got 75 new jobs in 2024, 2025, 2026. So we've got a budget of 1.5 or whatever it is, $1 million. I do the quick math, we're spending $20,000 per job that you're showing there. And that's not what we want to show, because just like you said, there's all these other things going on the other side that are producing jobs. So just a devil's advocate on how you present that you might want to rethink how that comes across.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to probably harp on the same things that Councillor Ices and yourself have mentioned as well. But before I do want to say I think one of the biggest successes was DSV on a number of things. I remember listening to the CEO saying the reason they chose Innisfil is because of the quick turnaround time that planning and our economic development did. So I want to give you kudos for that. That does something else. I have more people asking me, what the heck is going on in Innisfil? That huge building that's going on, I think is the biggest public-facing thing you could ask for at the highest transportation node along Highway 400. So I think just kudos to both planning and DSV for and economic development for doing that. So just want to put that out there. Another thing I want to mention is I think having somebody on contract for 3 years, it's about time you move them to full-time, because that person's going to leave. And if you invested all that time and money in a contract person and they leave, you got to do that all over again. So I think it's having a timeline on when you do this is really crucial to staff morale and also consistency in terms of how we move forward. So I just want to mention those two things. On a more on this economic development piece in terms of DSV, what else, in terms of what else is going on in the town. One thing that seems to have fallen off the plate, and I'm hoping you'll correct me here, is downtown Alcona. We have a bunch of new apartments, condos going in with new commercial space. I know years ago we produced a video that was designed to attract more business economic development to downtown Alcona, but I haven't heard anything about it, not here today, or anything else in terms of what's going on there, because, Moon Cafe, even though, it's in Innisfil still, we lost it to Stroud, they moved because they couldn't find a spot along on the drag there. So I'm just kind of curious, in terms of downtown Innisfil, downtown Alcona, is there an update there? What is our economic strategy in terms of, because there's employment there, there's business opportunities, there's, just lifestyle in terms of what downtown Alcona brings. So like I said, I haven't heard much, so I'm just kind of curious where we are with that. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you very much. So we do have a strategy in place that was raised through the Economic Development Strategic Plan. So there are action items oriented towards downtown revitalization. The challenge that we face in Innisfil is that we have a near zero commercial vacancy rate, which means we have very few spaces to facilitate the conversion of investment interest into spaces. And also that also changes our lease rates as well. That does impact it and raise them. So one of the things that we're working on currently and into Q1 of 2025 is a commercial land inventory so that we can understand what commercial spaces currently exist, but more importantly, what's coming down the pipe. Fortunately, Innisfil has no lack of investment interest. So what we'll be looking to do is capturing those spaces as they come down the pipe so that we can ensure that we're putting in the best economic impact of those uses into the space as possible.
With planning, go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor Waters. Just to add a couple more comments from more of that planning side, although I know we're focused on the economic development, there are capital projects in the planning services that we're speaking to after lunch today. There is a specific Alcona capital project on the neighborhood and evaluation. And with the official plan review that has just commenced, we will be looking at land uses and then through the community planning permit system we're currently working on for expanding into Alcona, our settlement area. We can start to look at flexibility in terms of land uses and encouraging that. So I think there's a number of angles that we're looking at Alcona specifically.
Thank you on that. Just a question around, with the design of downtown Alcona, we're promoting the whole idea of condominiums with commercial space on the bottom. And the more condominiums come in, that provides business opportunities for those commercial spaces. Is there any thought of working with those developers in terms of using those as potential sites coming down the pipe in terms of, who we look for, what types of things do we want to see, those types of things? Because I think we have the one that's just being complete now. We have another one over by Alcona Glen. There's more spaces coming available. So I just want to make sure that we're kind of ahead of the game in terms of we know what's coming down the pipe. Here's some opportunities to keep an eye on.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. What I would say, I think it comes back to the work Laura was indicating in terms of how we're sort of assessing the commercial needs, and then that alignment between the economic development team and the planning team in terms of the applications that are coming forward as we're getting inquiries, ensuring that the economic development team, if they're not the ones getting those, that they're getting those to then work with those interested individuals who want to bring their business. Where is their space available? As Ms. Thompson indicated, we don't have the space right now, so trying to leverage those opportunities as they come up in Alcona or in other areas of town, we're trying to ensure we do that and, keeping a list in the meantime of those that are interested.
Thank you.
Thank you. From me, just a couple of comments. So further along the lines of what Councillor Waters has spoken about already for Alcona, downtown revitalization is epically important, not just to downtown Alcona, downtown Cookstown, downtown Stroud, and potentially downtown Lefroy when we do that build out. And it it aligns with tourism because you want that walkable, and you want tourism to be more than just people driving to their boat in the marina and then driving home, right? You want to capture those folks, have them walk them downtown, spend some money in the mom and pop shops and enhance their stay that way. So that'd be my first question, I guess. Is downtown revitalization part of the economic strategy already, or is it something we could bring in with the tourism feasibility study?
Thank you. In the Economic Development Strategic Plan, there are already action items directly related to downtown revitalization, but you're correct, that does play into our tourism logo and branding process. We're looking at a tourism inventory, which would include all of those restaurants and retailers that visitors would be interested in. And then, of course, we work with our partners across the planning and growth team in terms of placemaking projects that also add vibrancy to the community. I'll also note that we do work with local organizations. For example, we've had conversations with the Cookstown Chamber of Commerce, so that when grant opportunities come up for placemaking or downtown revitalization, we're looking at opportunities to partner and bring those considerations in together for some funding opportunities.
Thank you. And my next question's regarding the CIP. I think a very useful tool. Bradford's probably the best example of a community that's used a CIP to enhance their economic development. To the point now, I think they're looking at revamping theirs as well. And, there was an article in the paper just this week about a storage facility that is walking away unless they get the DC pushed down the road through the CIP. So I guess I think it's a really good tool, and I would think the closer we could mirror one of our neighbors would be a good idea, so that they're making that decision based on, not on the CIP, but on, so we're not losing the opportunity because the CIP, but then it takes the CIP out of the equation and they just pick the best possible place, which of course is us. So just a thought on the CIP, but I do think they are good economic development tools, and I do realize that potential employers are very much shopping, just like doctors are shopping for the best recruitment opportunity, who's going to give them the most to settle in their community. I think businesses are also shopping those CIPs, so I think it's important that we're competitive. Questions or comments on anything else to do with our economic development? Seeing none, I think the timing shows that we're going to break for lunch now. We are 7 minutes behind time, but we'll take, what does it say? We're going to take 30 minutes for lunch. So let's say 25, just get back a little bit sooner. So let's say we'll come in at 12:30, 12:55 for the afternoon session. Thanks, everyone. Okay, thanks everyone for being so quick with your lunch break, and now we'll carry on, and we are on item engineering, I believe. No, sorry, planning services is next. Planning services, and Andrea, whenever you're ready, and that's budget book pages 104.
Sorry, planning first, and then engineering, and then. Well, I think we flipped them at one point, Mayor Dole and I, so there might have been some confusion. All right, so planning services. So really looking at, from a service perspective, all of the development applications. So we talk about growth. The growth starts sort of with the planning team and with the applications that come forward. We probably talked a lot at council about planning because there's been so many legislative changes over the past number of years about process, timelines. So really that is the role of the team, is to work with applicants on all of the applications, try to review, get comments from all of the relevant agencies in the legislated timelines, trying to essentially decipher and respond to all of the rapidly changing legislative impacts and policy landscape in terms of updating our documents. And so you will hear that as part of our discussion today, that we are moving forward with our official plan review, which is just commenced, that'll carry forward over the next year to try and update the town's next sort of master plan, strategic plan being the official plan, and guiding all of that growth that we're anticipating before 2051. So really trying to look at where that growth is happening and the types of uses that we're trying to encourage. In terms of the operating budget for the planning team, again, very similar, trying to focus on maintaining the service delivery standards. We feel like they've probably been a bit of an evolution over the last couple of years with all of those landscape changes, but really just trying to ensure that we are being responsive to the needs of the development community and trying to receive their applications, respond appropriately and in a timely manner with comments, and trying to ensure that we work with our business community in terms of those new commercial and industrial opportunities coming to town in the timelines that we can to bring them to our community as well. As council will recall, the start of this year, we did introduce a fixed fee in terms of our planning and engineering fee structure, and so we'll speak to that in the engineering services component as well. One of the components we're definitely finding is that all of the existing applications, some of which are still going through the process with council, are still under the old fee structure, so paying for the review time on an hourly basis. Any new applications that were received in 2024 are being done based on that fixed fee. And the intent of that fixed fee structure was that after a year, so now, we would be evaluating that fee structure, determining whether it needed adjustments. You'll hear also in the engineering side that we need a bit more data with the number of applications we've gotten this year to sort of reevaluate. So we're going to continue through 2025 to assess the applications and the processes and whether in fact those fees are achieving full cost recovery. And before the end of 2025, we will be coming back to council to sort of determine that in fact growth is paying for growth and that fee structure is working. We wouldn't be changing from the fixed fee, but is the amount of the fixed fee appropriate? So one of the components that you will see in the budget for the planning team is a position of a supervisor of policy planning. So in terms of the organizational structure, Mr. Correa is the manager over both the policy and the development side. Stephen Montgomery is our supervisor of the development side. We do not have a supervisor on the policy side. And you'll certainly see through a number of the capital projects, so the official plan review, you've heard we've started a transit master plan. We're working on the community planning permit system bylaw, both in the shoreline and the settlement areas, but then town-wide. There are a number of policy components that we are focusing on over the next, certainly next number of years. And so having a supervisor on that policy side to mentor the team, lead those projects, is another really critical component. We did, in the past year, that was a secondment from our senior planner position into the supervisor, but we are seeing the need for both that sort of mentorship and project management of a supervisor as well as the senior planner, which would have more of the experience to lead some of those complex projects. But really the necessity of, through the planning policy work that needs to be done, of having both of those experienced individuals. I probably should have slipped to this slide first, but that's essentially what we've spoken to there. The one piece I didn't speak to, so, it will be more focused in terms of the transit discussion later, but one of the other components is the transit program is run through the planning division primarily right now. Mr. Correa is looking after pretty much all of that with some of the team, so he is leading that. The supervisor position, and it was what was happening before the individual went on maternity leave, that they would lead the transit work as well. So that's really the focus of this individual. And I think the other component that we sort of identified is there's still uncertainty in the planning world. We're not sure what the world for the County of Simcoe and their role in planning is going to exist in 25 or 26. There haven't been provincial decisions made from that perspective. We do know we're still waiting for OPA 7 to receive decisions. So there's still some uncertainty in terms of their responsibilities and what role the town will need to take. And so having that additional oversight on the policy side at the town level is definitely warranted. So from a capital budget perspective, a number of projects that I've spoken to are on the list. We've really tried to be intentional about the capital projects that the planning team has the capacity to work with consultants to do and which ones are sort of the critical components. So within the 25 and 26 budget, the focus really is on the official plan update in terms of taking our 2018 document and where do we see the next stage of that going as we work towards that 2051 growth. Continuing with the CPP study bylaw update to the town-wide decision that was made, and then essentially replacing that zoning bylaw with the CPP bylaw town-wide. Focusing on that Innisfil Heights in alignment with the economic development team in terms of the CIP program, the investment readiness implementation, and then starting to implement some of the ISMP in terms of the climate change action plan and implementation in alignment with both components of the Orbit secondary plan, but also the ISMP, the Sustainability Master Plan document. Really looking at, obviously, with the new Provincial Planning Statement 2024, looking at its implementation, what does that look like in terms of the official plan review? And then cloud permit development application portal. So within our building services team, they use Cloud Permit for all of their building permit applications. So it's a tracking system. It's a system that allows for submission of your applications, and it would, from a planning perspective, then allow alignment between the building and the planning team sort of from the start of the planning review and approval process, from when an initial application comes in right through to building permit issuance. So using the same technology that is used by the Building Services Division makes sense. It is a program that is being utilized in other municipalities now. And allows for further efficiencies in the system because it will essentially do push notifications. So as we're circulating to agencies, it will send that information out, give them the timelines, give them the reminders on when that information is due. So in 2025, we did have some funds put aside this year and have started the discussions, but we really need to implement that and ensure that application portal is up and running in 2025 to provide further efficiencies and ensure that the team is able to continue to meet their timelines. And then the last capital project, the GO Station integration and mobility hub implementation. So really continuing with the Orbit secondary plan, which does continue to be at the county. Cannot have a decision until they get a decision on OPA 7, but once that's done, the funds that are identified here not only look at sort of taking it to the next steps, but in the event of any specific appeals to that secondary plan, these funds would be there to support the necessary consulting services to be part of that OLT process. And I think that's it on the planning services. So Mayor Dolan, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Questions or comments for Brandon and Andrea? None? I think everybody's fallen asleep after all that carb all those carbohydrates at lunch today. I'll ask one, and that's to do with the fee. So it's not retroactive, right? So if we aren't charging enough now, and we don't know that we aren't, there's no way to fill that gap. If we decide we haven't been charging enough, we can't charge retroactively?
That's correct, Mayor Dolan. It would be on a go-forward basis. We're confident that through the fees review and the best practices analysis that was done through the consulting team, we did work through, the number of hours the team spends on applications. And so the fees were established based on all of that well-informed data. Really, it's about, with the implementation of some of the other measures that we've made and trying to find more efficiencies in the system, are the fees continuing to be appropriate or not? But you're correct, they would not be retroactive.
Thank you. And I'm looking through all the capital project detail sheets, and each one of them is funded by either DCs or OLG funds. I'm not seeing any that aren't funded by either. Am I correct?
Wanted to make sure I'd looked at all of them. You are correct.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you. No more questions, and that brings us to engineering. And page 95 in the operations book.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. The only other part I will probably highlight, so page 107 in your capital project detail sheet, because I'm anticipating there may be some questions or comments on those as well. So from an engineering services perspective, I do have Mr. Duca beside me, and then Ms. Mahama is sitting there as well. So the engineering department is really split between the capital and the development engineering teams, but it is all within one budget. So we're going to speak to both sides of that. So in terms of the role that they play, really it is in terms of the evolution from the planning review and approval system, that they're an active component in terms of reviewing engineering drawings for site plans and subdivision approvals, to the actual on-site construction of the roads and infrastructure that are supported there, to then the evolution to the capital team of the development of the roads, the bridges, the trails, the playgrounds, sort of the full cycle between the two teams, and really looking at not only new development, but then implementing of the number of master plans that the capital team has been involved in terms of redevelopment, enhancement of our existing areas for future park areas, as well as sort of roads rehabilitation. So we'll get into a lot of that through some of the discussion this afternoon. In a number of cases within the capital engineering team or with the inspection by the development engineering team, the work is designed and constructed by the developer, but it has to be done obviously to town standards before we can assume those assets. So there is still an active role for the engineering teams in that work. So in terms of the discussion, definitely there have been a number of factors that have impacted the delivery of services overall. One of the components, as we talked about, is that fee structure and really having to reevaluate that. And I'm going to spend a little bit more time on that from an engineering perspective. There have been challenges from a staffing shortage perspective, both within the capital and the development engineering team, so that causes delays in terms of inspections and review timelines. And that is not something that's unique to Innisfil or other municipalities. It's also a challenge on the capital side in terms of the consulting teams that we use and their shortages as well. So there's definitely been impacts on our external recoveries and the fee structure that we had in place of essentially recovering that time. The same process was involved with the engineering team in terms of the fee review that was completed. And the fee structure that was implemented, again, growth should pay for growth. From the development engineering perspective, slightly different than a fixed fee. Essentially, it's a percentage of construction cost. And similar challenge that we're having in terms of dealing still with more of the historic applications, so a lot of the construction maintenance and inspection that has been occurring, and the assumption that's been occurring in 2024 is for applications that predate the new fee structure. So we are going to continue to use 2025 as an analysis of the engineering fee structure. And so you did see in the engineering operating budget a very significant percentage increase in the numbers, and that's the result of looking at the historical trends of what the actual cost recoveries and salaries and benefits have been, and reflecting those in this budget to ensure we're being accurate, with the intent that we're going to evaluate the fee structure this year and then look to report back to council at the end of 2025 on whether additional adjustments are required in terms of how external recoveries have been occurring. We've also seen in many of our construction projects significant increases in the cost of those projects, whether they've been through tenders, whether those have been through RFP processes. We are starting to see a bit of a balancing of that, but certainly not anywhere near back to sort of pre-COVID levels, but at least a bit of a balancing out. So we're still reflecting increased construction pricing in all of our projects just based on the data that we have. We're also continuing to see challenges in terms of approval timelines and notwithstanding Bill 23, still seeing challenges in external review agency timelines, meeting our very tight timelines to review submissions and get us comments back continues to be a challenge that we're working through, and that obviously does delay the process, but also increase the cost on the staff side. And we're certainly also continuing to see challenges from utility relocations that has caused delays in a number of projects. So we've really tried to take a look at the capital budget, the projects that are identified both in 25 and 26, and starting to look longer term on a bit more methodology as to design and then construction the following year and what projects realistically can be achieved. Mr. Duca is also working with our external partners in services, in power, working with the County of Simcoe to try and coordinate in terms of the projects that are going on and ensure that the timing of their projects and our projects, ideally if possible, can align so that we don't continue to run into some of these delays that we're having in terms of the utility relocations, which is just escalating cost and time. And then we've also had challenges definitely over the last 2 years, and we're hoping that that will continue to improve. But while we've had shortages and the consulting teams have had shortages, we certainly are finding the level of expertise and the level of quality of the design that we're getting in a number of these projects is more challenging, perhaps not to where the town would like those projects to be, and so that's taking more time in terms of internal review and comments and ensuring we get to the quality of product that we've been looking for. So for the operating budget, as I spoke to, certainly you are seeing in this budget a significant increase in, decrease in the external recoveries related to some of those challenges and reflecting those historical trends. You're also seeing that part of that is due to significant time from both a legal and a contractor in the services that we're trying to procure and the time that we're having to spend. And then the one operating component that you will see is the conversion of a development project manager from a contract into a full-time position. So there is an individual in that role. As we've sort of talked through the planning process earlier, and having dedicated and focused staff, this individual would be the one managing both the internal engineering comments in the planning review and approvals process, so whether those are site plan or subdivision applications, and then also coordinating any external peer reviews that are still being required or external comments related to engineering specifically. So it is a very critical role in terms of trying to facilitate and manage the engineering side of all of our planning projects as they come through the review and approval process. And as we try to ensure that we're streamlining, finding efficiencies, and trying to deliver on our timelines, this individual on a sort of full-time basis is more of a necessity. And the individual right now has been seconded into that position from their other permanent position. So I have sort of highlighted the necessity for that individual. What I would say is that having that individual on a full-time basis would allow us to continue to meet the service timelines that we've been able to achieve in 2024. We're going to continue to get more applications and more interest, and so we want to ensure that we have the staff focus to ensure we deliver on that design review process. So getting into more of the capital projects, fairly extensive list of the varying projects. I am not going to explain each one of them at this point in time because I'd probably take well more than the 20 minutes allocated for the engineering services. But what I would say is from an engineering perspective, the thought process that went behind what's on the list or not in this list and into the rest of the 8-year budget is really trying to prioritize based on the master plans and the recommendations that are there, which projects need to come forward. Some of them are obviously more of a catch-all category, so roads rehabilitation program, bridge and culvert rehabilitation. So there are specific projects each year that are identified within those, and we're happy to speak to any of the sub-projects that are within that if council has questions about those. And others are really more focused towards the longer-term growth and development. So looking at land acquisition strategies as we need to continue to acquire more properties or dispose of properties to, from a stormwater perspective or a parks perspective or new growth opportunities. So key components, just dealing with the varying funding sources. There are a series of sources that you note on each of the capital project sheets, primarily development charges, capital reserve fund, and then in some cases there may be other grant funding opportunities that have been secured by the town in terms of very specific infrastructure projects, or in a couple of cases, use of our BFF funding towards a couple of those projects. So what we would note is that reduction of a number of those capital projects doesn't actually have very direct impacts in terms of the overall tax levy because they are being funded through development charges and capital reserves that are existing. And with that, Mayor Dillon, we're happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions and comments for engineering. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Worship. On the measuring work and performance, why do we not have a timelines performance in terms of are we meeting the provincial timelines and it's not used as a way of measuring performance?
Councillor Waters, so while the Planning Act has timelines, those timelines are for the planning applications. The engineering component is a subcomponent of those applications, so it isn't tracked under that legislative requirement. It isn't a requirement under the Planning Act. We look at it in terms of the overall planning review and approval process, but it is not legislatively tracked separately.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ices?
So my question is with regards to the quality of the construction that the town achieves through these projects. And I guess bear in mind, you know, you could have 90% or 95% done up to snuff, but you get one project that bombs. That's the one that we hear about. So when it comes to quality and the tendering process, how do we, is there something in our procedures that will help us eliminate some of those contractors that could give us a problem on a project?
So that's a great question. Thank you for that. And yes, through our purchasing, we do try and review kind of similar projects, what they've done. Each RFP is slightly different in terms of how it's worded and what we're exactly checking, but we do have a matrix that we set up to evaluate bidders, and that can include past performance. It can include other projects. It includes their team that they're proposing for it, so we can look at the experience of the specific team, because within various companies, they'll have experienced staff and junior staff, so we can look at the mix of the specific team that's on our project that they're proposing. So that is one of the ways that we do try and manage that, is to try and make sure we have that mix of experience, understanding that the more experienced, typically the more expensive as well. So it's that balance of, you want the experience with the cost effectiveness, so it's that balance.
And I'll just add to that, Councillor Ices, it's also ensuring that as we're drafting those tender or purchasing documents, that we're very clear on the scope of the work that we're looking for, that it's expected to meet our engineering standards, so that can be then evaluated through that procurement process.
So is it fair to say, based on that explanation, that we don't always pick the cheapest one?
That is correct. It's not just low bid. It's through a matrix of factors, and price is one component of that bid evaluation.
Another aspect of that process that I don't know if we can incorporate, and that would be to give our local businesses more of a, how do I say this, more of a chance to, I'm not saying they don't get a chance, but have them have a higher ranking in the review of who gets the project. And the feeling being that if they're local, they'll take a little bit more pride in the work that they do, and they'll be able to stand behind it. So just a comment if that's being done, or if that's possible to be worked into the process.
Thanks, Councillor Ices. We obviously have to ensure through every procurement process that it's a fair and competitive process for all bidders. I think that would come down to the scope of the project, and obviously as they're putting their bids together, if they're closer to the site in terms of their materials and supplies, some of that would factor into their costing in that overall bid process.
Thank you, Councillor Ices. That's probably more of a question for procurement, and having, understand the rules that they have to live under. I know we've had this discussion in the past, but it's something we could do again through Ms. Gallo and her team to help understand how prescribed the rules are for procurement when it comes to the municipal world, based on bad behavior of other municipalities in the past and all of what has transpired since then. But I'll leave that with staff to maybe think about as a further educational opportunity. Other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Worship. Please be patient with me because I'm going through the capital projects as we speak, and so there are lots of little blue tickets beside this section, so please be patient while I flip through and ask all the questions that I want to ask. And let me make sure I'm in engineering.
Absolutely, take your time. Yes. Like, this is a big section, and please don't feel rushed.
Okay, so I think on page 38 of 265 in the capital budget, it's talking about the Stroud Innisfil Community Center and the site study. I'm just kind of curious, have we considered the idea of when we have to build things is doing a public-private partnerships around building facilities? So we have a good piece of land there in terms of looking at it as an opportunity to build a number of things in the same spot. So just wondering whether or not that we would look for the community, the Stroud Innisfil Community Center. Is there an opportunity to look at a public where we would allow a condominium develop on it as long as they paid for a new rec center, that kind of stuff? Do we consider those types of things?
So I'll probably start the conversation, and either side of me may end up wanting to jump in on this. But essentially, the two capital projects, both page 38 and page 40 for Morgan Russell, are really those business case starting points in terms of the redevelopment of those community facilities. And so as we look at that, they were identified through the facilities master plan as the need to replace them. Now we can start to look at what is that business case. So the business case could consider, is the town the sole individual? Are there partnerships that should be considered? What do sponsorships or other components of that look like? So that would all be part of that business case of how do we develop it? Where is it developed in terms of the site, and what is within that? Because there are community needs and there are competing interests in those facilities as to what should be located within that building. Certainly in the case of Stroud, we're also talking about, the library component of that. So there's a lot of coordination that has to happen, but certainly private partner, P3 partnerships could be considered.
Okay. Excellent, because this is, these projects are, as you mentioned, are getting very expensive to do. And I remember the, I think it was North Toronto Secondary School in Toronto. They chose to have a condominium develop above the school and use the first 3 floors for the school, and were able to, it barely cost them anything to build it because of the developer paid for almost everything. So I just think if there's an opportunity with both of these sites, that's something we might want to pursue in terms of doing it. Although, a lot of this stuff sometimes is DC related, and so it's not a levy thing. So just something I wanted to put out there as an opportunity to think about. The operations building expansion, page 42. How necessary is this? Is there an opportunity for work at home and those types of things, hoteling that would, again, these things are sometimes DC and it's not on levy, but I just asking the question anyways. How necessary is that expansion?
So I'm going to let Director Bowman jump in a minute. I would say it's extremely necessary, given it's the opportunity to work at home. This is the operations team that really does need to be in the field, in the building, collaborating and working together. But given it's Ms. Bowman's team, I'll let her jump in.
Okay.
Thanks, Ms. Lee. Thank you for the summary. That's about correct. So the operations building is very much at capacity. We have individuals in every seat at this point and have had to convert meeting rooms to office space and double up on existing office space, so putting 2 people in a single room. So we unfortunately have outgrown that building, and as Director Lee said, these are the frontline leaders who are in the office every single day. So we do have just a couple of roles that do have the ability to work from home, and we are juggling that as well. But at this point, we are very much out of space.
Thank you. Next project. And again, these are all DC-related projects, so it's not going to have much impact, but it's just questions I want to ask anyways. So many years ago, we bought I think it cost us $2 million to buy a piece of property over on the 7th and 6th. It was supposed to be the sports fields. And I know this was prior to your time here, but I'm just kind of curious. We bought that piece of property, and we can't even use it for its intended purpose. So what's going to happen with that piece of property? I have a suggestion, but I'll listen to what you have to say first of all.
Thanks, Councillor Waters. So page 56, the sports complex project. Essentially, and you're right, I wasn't here when the property was acquired. As we've been going through sort of the feasibility and sort of the site planning, there are some topography constraints on that property that have not made it ideal for the range of uses that we're trying to put on an entire complex. So we have been trying to work collectively on, are there other properties, given growth in the town, is this the right location compared to other locations? So we're trying to do a better evaluation. We may still land with facilities on this property, but we're trying to see if there's perhaps a better location where then we would look, do we need this for another purpose internally with some of our other service providers, or is it something that we would look to sell? So we're not at that stage yet. We are still finalizing sort of a design of what do we need the sports complex to include, how should it be laid out with our consulting team, and then determining what property does that then fit on, and collectively essentially working on trying to find other sites.
If this site isn't acceptable, would we sell it?
Potentially, but there are other things that we would consider first. There may be other reasons we use the site for other purposes, and we haven't gone through that evaluation yet.
All right, just one suggestion is, since in the budget there's $6 million for our new station, fire station, would this be appropriate location for it?
When we looked at the station location and the consultant that did the work, that was not the preferred place for the station. It was closer to Innisfil Heights. And we're trying to do some work to try and get some data on what call responses would look like from there, but they seem to indicate the same as what the consultants recommended, which was up closer to the Innisfil Heights area.
Well, I'm at least glad you thought of it, so that's good to know, because I just thought it didn't look that far on the map, and I think it's on the 6th or the 7th, that property.
On the 7th.
7th, right, okay. Well, not that, if there was going to be a new road created over towards Highway 400, that might cut down times. Okay, thank you very much. And let me just see here. I'm done. Thank you.
Councillor Zanella, Councillor Ices.
Thank you. Just to that point, if we were to sell the land, if that was our decision, is there a process that, like regulations, do we have to offer the property before we go to the open market, like to school boards or anything like that? Or is there any kind of stipulation? Or if that's our decision at some point to sell it, we're just free to go ahead and sell it? This province doesn't make any policy on that?
So the town does have a current acquisition disposition strategy, although it is on the list of capital projects, and I need to look back at which of my budgets, I think it was in the last one I was speaking to update that strategy. It is, I would say, a little premature yet. We're not sure we're even selling the property, but the process we would go through is essentially determining within the town, do we need a piece of property for any of our town services first? So if it's not for this sportsplex, is there another need within the town or some of our external, so in services, in power, SSPS, we'd look at all of those sort of opportunities first before we would look to then dispose of the property in accordance with our policy.
Councillor Ices.
So I guess I was going to piggyback on Councillor Waters' comments. Conversely, if we were looking for a $6 million piece for the fire hall, if there was an opportunity to put the sports field on that same property, adding the funds together, I think that would be something worth considering. Another question that I had, speaking of sports types of events, I had some residents that are keenly interested in the status of a disc golf course in Innisfil. I'm wondering if I didn't see anything specifically in the book, but maybe I'll ask that one.
Sure. Excuse me. So staff we're proactively exploring location options, and we do aim to present them to council next year. We've received some preliminary cost estimates from the Ontario Disc Sports, and we're seeking to finalize a location right now. Our goal is to redirect funds from cash positive projects instead of increasing the 25-26 budget requests. So the intention is to manage financing without changing the current budget allocations to include disc golf.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Waters?
I lied, there's still more. Let's see, RDS 236, it's page 74, is a Big Bay Point Road construction and active transportation works. There's a huge concern from Big Bay Point residents around speed and volume of Big Bay Point. And I remember that from, I guess, a couple of years ago. And I was kind of curious, are we building anything into this project that will reduce speed and increase safety and also deal with the excessive parking that's going on Big Bay Point closer to Friday Harbor?
So as part of this project, we'd be looking at the kind of the fulsome look, and that would be included in our design analysis to look at those options of what kind of the issues are and what we can do for that to make sure that it's safe with the active transportation involvement. So that may require speed changes on the existing road because we'll be implementing active transportation. So specifically, it'll be looked at through the project, but at this point, I don't believe it has anything specific on that particular aspect.
Okay, thank you. Just because, like I said, that was a concern. There was also, we talked about it several years ago, was that when you're looking up Google Maps, it always tells you to take Big Bay Point Road because it's faster than taking the Friday Harbor route. And so if there's any way we can trick Google Maps into changing that and, slowing down speeds, other, ways of making it safer, might do that. So that was my major question there. Let's see here. Question around page 78, road rehabilitation program. How do we choose which roads get done in terms of priority?
The roads that we're were prioritized. We prioritize them based on our roads needs study and our transportation master plan. So we look at overall condition, we look at traffic volumes, we look at any other factors that we could see that would impact from the road condition of what impact that would have on the town. So we try and prioritize the highest impact roads. So that doesn't necessarily mean the worst condition roads, although that increases the impact. And the priorities that are identified in here are not an exhaustive list. These are some of the roads that we'll be looking at pending on what the final approved budget is to do. But the short answer is it's based on the roads needs study, so the condition of the road and then the volume of the road.
Okay, thank you. And we'll chat later about my comment at our last meeting. And this is my last one, so I apologize for taking too much time. Stormwater Management 23, page 97. It's a cash in lieu of study. I'm always interested in studies before we implement policy, but this one here a bit concerns me, just because I think this is every builder will, anytime we offer cash in lieu of parks, builders seem to willing to pay the price. But when you come into stormwater management systems, site-specific locations works out well because that's where the water is coming from. So I would really hate to see here, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on it in terms of where would you put them if you took cash in lieu of? That means trying to find it. Would that be basically decided upon? Well, we know we have another spot that we can put this in, as opposed to just taking the cash, holding on to it, and then for years that area is in serious trouble because there's not enough stormwater management on the system to take care of all that development.
So, Councillor Waters, it wouldn't be, while it is in lieu of, there can't be, the legislative requirements are drainage has to be pre-development, post-development has to be the same. So there would be few cases where there would be no stormwater management measures implemented. Where there may not be any is if there are two developments side by side and they're sharing those facilities, and therefore one might be constructing them, the other would be paying stormwater in lieu. There will always be some component. Maybe there is less work required, and therefore we also take like a component of stormwater in lieu in addition to some more minor works.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure there was no way there was an out for developers around that piece, because we have enough flooding as it is. Thank you. I'm finally done.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate all your questions. Councillor Drodge.
Just to touch back on Big Bay Point Road again, I know that it's proposed for the 2027 and onwards budget that Big Bay Point Road and the 20th Side Road intersection would be looked at that time. If Barrie were to do some, because I know that there's a piece to that where Barrie would be involved, I think, in that intersection. If Barrie were to move their project up or was doing a project in that area, would we then maybe move that project forward to co-in-line with what's going on there?
So the intersection of 20th and Big Bay Point Road right now is currently within, it's the town of Innisfil's responsibility. And so yes, Barrie is doing work in the area. One of the items we're looking at doing is we've revisited that in the long-term budget, and we're looking at, does that make sense to pull that intersection forward to do it in conjunction with the proposed roadworks that are ongoing? Because currently it's around 2030 is where the intersection improvements are planned. So that's one thing that we're looking at, kind of regardless of what the city of Barrie does, is we are looking at consolidating those projects to do them at the same time.
Others? Seeing none, I just had a couple. One of them would be on both FAC 49 and FAC 43, which was the community center business case studies. In both of them, I'm assuming that the fee is to hire a consultant to do that work.
Correct.
So my touch point on that would be that we should be getting a consultant that understands that these both have a huge community interest. The amount of engagement required in these cases would be above and beyond, because these two community centers really define their communities, and very sensitive to community need and community outreach, I think would have to be instilled upon whoever the bidder was, or somehow in the bid that could be identified as something that's required, because those are lightning rods, those two items. The next question I think is for really for Audrey and Mike, and it's, so when I look through the capital sheets, and it's either coming from DCs, or it's coming from old G, or it's coming from some capital reserve. So on the face of it, you look at that and you say, well, none of it's coming out of this year's tax levy. But on the other hand, there's got to be funds from this year's tax levy funneling back into these capital levies. I'm just trying to correlate the 8% tax increase with these capital projects, and, you know, what, if we took out like a project, what impact could that have on the tax levy?
Certainly. So in terms of funding the capital projects, I mean, DCs are obviously funded from DC revenues, and but for asset replacement projects or non-growth projects, we have two funding sources. We have our ARS, and then we have our capital reserve fund, which is we have some other smaller reserves and reserve funds, like the fleet reserve, for example. But the 1% capital levy is a key component to funding, a key tool to funding our capital program. So if you were to take out a capital project, you know, it'll have, I guess, a small, depending on the amount of the capital reserve funds, you know, it'll have potentially a small impact in terms of what that means for the entire capital program and our ability to reduce the 1% capital levy. So the 1% capital levy, we've got a 1% annual increase to the average homeowner, and that money goes to the capital reserve fund. Our capital program, our asset renewal program, there's a lot of pressures on it, because, you know, as a town, as we are ramping up our asset renewal capital program, recognizing the need and the importance to you know, address our asset management needs on a timely basis. So we're really struggling with, you know, keeping up with asset renewal works and funding that through the tax levy. So there's just a lot of pressures right now. We've got a big capital program and that 1% levy keeping up. So if you were to reduce the 1% capital levy, if you know, the impact of that, we would certainly have to take another look at it might not impact the capital projects that are going forward for 25 and 26, but it'll have a longer term impact. And, you know, it depends how long we do that. We've certainly seen the impacts of that from COVID, because if you remember back to COVID, we paused it, I believe, for 1 year, and then we did a 0.5%. Well, that really impacts what we can achieve. Like I said, there's big pressures on that capital reserve fund, and any change in that 1% levy will have an impact on it, not necessarily directly or immediately, but ultimately it will have an impact on the capital program.
Thank you for that. So going back to the operating book, to page 33, and it talks about the cap, it gives all the balances for all of the reserve funds. The development charge and community benefit charge it takes a significant hit, like going from 2024, the projected closing balance is almost 49 million. Going to 2026, it's projected at 2.1 million. So is that because of the fire hall?
There's a number of projects impacting that, but yes, the fire hall is one of them. The forecasted balances that I have before you do not have any debt considerations incorporated in it.
Okay.
So if we were to move forward with the Innisfil Heights Fire Hall, we would debt finance that just because that reserve fund, that DC reserve fund, doesn't have the funds in it. But so if we were to debt finance that, that's close to $30 million. And so you would see an increase in the cash balance because of that.
Thank you. The other comment I had was the replacement of the irrigation system for the soccer fields at just shy of $1 million. So I think there was at some point a campus master plan which saw those fields not there anymore. So I'm questioning spending $1 million to replace an irrigation system when the plan is not to have the soccer fields there anymore.
So, Mayor Dolan, 2 comments. So, Town Campus Master Plan is actually being consolidated into the official plan review. So, as we look at the rest of the town, we're also focusing on what should happen in the town campus area in terms of growth opportunities and looking at the scope of the land that would be incorporated. There is also, as identified on the capital sheet, I believe, there is a life cycle in terms of the irrigation systems, and that 10 to 15-year life cycle does necessitate the replacement.
Okay, thank you for that. There wasn't one more, and I can't think of, there was 2 more, and I can only remember one of them, but so I might have to double back. But the one I remember is on the schedule for the roads, which, you know, to Councillor Waters' question, thank goodness we now have a roads needs study, because back in the day, it was whoever showed up at the council every week and yelled and screamed about the road got the road fixed. Not a really scientific way of doing it, but that's how it was done. So having the roads needs study has been a blessing ever since we first did one, because I could point to it and tell people, if you're number 40 on the list, you should be able to go to number 6 on the list and say, yeah, that road is, you know, does deserve it more than I do. So I'm happy with that, but 2 of the roads that are on there are abutted, maybe more than 2, are abutted to neighboring municipalities, one in Essa and one in New Tech. And I wondered, do we have those conversations with the neighboring municipalities? When are they planning their resurfacing from that, on that road? Because there's no like turn or stop sign or anything. Well, I guess there's a stop sign and one. No, there isn't. It's just all of a sudden you're driving along from one municipality or another municipality, and all of a sudden the road gets bumpy. So is there any conversations of aligning projects with neighboring municipalities?
There are conversations that doesn't always align, but we do try and keep each other appraised of why we're doing what projects and when, especially when they are abutting other municipalities. So we do advise on that. If they're having a project in a similar time frame, we can look coordinating, but it just depends on their priorities as well. If they're looking at doing that section of their roadway in kind of in the same general timeline.
Thank you very much. And just giving a heads up to operations, I'll be asking a similar question when it comes to snow plowing. And then I did remember my last one. It was the project around the road ends, or the park road ends. There was a number of them in here, and now I can't find the spot.
I believe it's PKS 191 on page 50.
Thank you. So are we confident with, because we've seemed to have been going over budget on a few of those, and I just wondered, are we confident with the numbers that we're putting in the budget book?
We are confident in the numbers. There's always the caveat that things do change over time. But we are continuing to look at, the most effective, most cost-effective ways to make these parks happen. And within the budgets that are proposed, we often have different levels of infrastructure that we could include, and we will scale that back if, the prime infrastructure is too much, but we still want to have something there. We can always put in, less infrastructure that would be on a more economical basis. So we have reviewed the budgets. We're confident as much as we can be with potential changes in just construction in general. But we do have some kind of levers with parks where we can have more expensive equipment or kind of lower priced or remove some equipment if we need to keep that price in line.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions on this section, we'll go to Innisfil Transit next.
So page 130 in the budget book. So Innisfil Transit. So since 2017, the town has had a partnership with Uber, very innovative ride-sharing transit program that has definitely provided options and opportunities for our residents in terms of subsidized trips around town to in two ways, to either popular destinations that we call hubs, like the Innisfil Rec Complex, IRC, or Town Hall, or Barrie South Go, with a specific flat rate of anywhere from $4 to $6, or a discounted or a subsidized fare that goes to other areas within the town within a $4 discount. So definitely making it cost-effective alternatives. But as you continue to see through the operating budget, that definitely has impacts for the town in terms of the operating budget for a couple of reasons. One, because we continue to see increases in the amount of ridership, which obviously says there's either a need or people are finding value from the use of that service. But it is increasing the number of trips and the number of riders that we're seeing in that. We have certainly leveraged the provincial gas tax funding to try and offset and make sure that that program continues to be sustainable. But you are seeing that sort of evolution in terms of the operating cost based on that increased ridership and users of that particular service that we're providing. We obviously are trying to understand who the users are, what their needs are, and monitor how the service is being used. So every year there is an annual report to council to speak to the service. We have monthly conversations with Uber about the service that's being provided and efficiencies in that system. Certainly there have been inquiries from council throughout that process in terms of consideration of additional hub areas or how do we best leverage that. And so all of those are really great questions that have led towards the fact, as I noted earlier, that we've initiated our first transit master plan. Also considering that we will eventually, at some point, and I'm never committing to a year or a month, we will have a GO station. And so we need to factor in when that GO station comes, when our first Lynx bus comes from the county, or future bus routes. What does all of that look like in the town in terms of a transit program? So the transit master plan is underway with the intent that it would be completed and presented to council before the end of 2025. We're also continuing to review best practices from other municipalities on the rideshare program. What are some of the evolutions that Uber has learned about that we can continue to explore in trying to find efficiencies and cost reduction measures within the program that is being provided. But as we go through the master plan process, we're definitely looking at significant business and resident consultation on what are their needs, is what is being provided meeting those needs, what would look to be different, and all of that will be presented back to council in terms of the recommendations in the master plan. But all of that has a cost, and so it's a matter of how do we, as a town, balance the cost, what is the town role, and all of that will be essentially evaluated through the master plan process to determine how much or how little of a subsidy that the town and council wants to consider moving forward. What I would say, just the last bullet point on that key considerations, is we've certainly identified, based on request, new initiatives that have come forward. So looking at additional voucher programs, looking at offering less of a discount in terms of the subsidy. So there are ways that we could try and improve the cost beyond what is identified currently. But we felt it was appropriate to sort of just continue the system currently while we went through that master plan process and really assess the user groups and then make further recommendations. So the one item that is identified in the capital is essentially the completion and then implementation of the master plan. So it's been commenced this year, but these funds would be to move forward with the rest of the transit master plan to a conclusion by the end of next year. That was really quick, but I know there will be lots of questions, so we wanted to leave the opportunity for those.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments for Innisfil Transit? We'll start with Councillor Drodge.
Thank you, Worship. So I noticed that we didn't take anything from our reserves whatsoever to offset the operating budget. Is there a reason why?
So in terms of the transit, in previous years, there was an item for transit in our background study, development charges background study. And so we were funding a portion of that, and that was actually through the general government DCs. So that went away. We did reintroduce our studies back in recently, but I'm not sure that transit was in there. It was in our background study. I'm not sure that it was necessarily in the right category, but certainly that's something that we can consult with Hemson on for future DC background studies to see if there's a component of transit that we can include in the DC background study. That being said, I'm not sure if there's any other legislation that may be pending or help us fund transit-related capital or operating.
I think my first comment would be the completion of the transit master plan would then give Hemson opportunities to then consider what we would incorporate into a future DC background study, because without really, other than the Uber partnership, the Lynx bus service is the county, so it's within the county levy. So we haven't had other components that really would be part of that DC background study. So when we come forward with recommendations, those future projects could then be considered in terms of DC background study updates. In terms of other legislative components, we'd have to continue to look at that in terms of when the recommendations come forward, because it'll depend what the recommendations are specifically. The province has certainly looked at transit-oriented communities and looked at funding opportunities that are available, but until we know what the recommendations are, it would be hard to say what other provincial funding opportunities might be available.
All right, thanks for that. And so just looking at it in a bigger perspective, so Uber's conflicted throughout the town. A lot of people are saying, we need bus routes and whatnot, and I'm a believer in Uber. I think it's great. Costing us, $1.2 million roughly per year. in operations. I was wondering, is there an avenue to entertain just to offset that cost for the resident to utilize a bit of our ARS? I know we don't like to pay with our ARS for operations, but just as an incentive to show our support that is Uber's, a good direction for the residents and kind of give them a bit of a break. Could we utilize any of our ARS funds to offset those costs?
So I'll probably start. I'm sure the finance team will want to jump in. I think my concern comes back to what Ms. Webb said earlier. In terms of the policy, it's really one-time funding and not for ongoing. The Uber partnership has been an ongoing partnership since 2017. So I just wouldn't want to be establishing a precedent in terms of an ongoing project that we're utilizing those funds for. Given we're doing the transit master plan, I think, that would be then the next stage of how we would move forward on new recommendations. So I think we certainly could consider different options in terms of the amount of subsidy we continue to provide over the next year while that master plan is going on, and potentially lessening those, or there may be other options we look at that could help offset the cost this year until that study is completed.
I guess that's where my mind was going with the ARS. It would be a temporary situation until we look for different solutions of getting funding from different sources. So just to, because it is a jump of, what is that, 65%? No, sorry, 110%? Or whatever it is over 2024. So, if it was an opportunity to utilize our funds just temporarily while we come up with a new master plan, that might be something we could entertain.
Councillor Zanella?
Thank you. When you're doing the master plan, transportation plan, is there an opportunity to get an Uber bus? I'm thinking like maybe a small shuttle bus that that's run by Uber. I don't know if they have any such thing, but it would be something that we could use to move people around town, a people mover bus. Just something that is a little bit, it's going to hold a few more people in it. And it's an idea that I've been thinking about for a long time. And it not only would it get people back and forth through town, but it could even help with kids that have a distance to go to school, or kids that work part-time down at the mall, at Tanger Mall. It's something that if it's something we could look into, see if they have anything like that, and if there's something we could collaborate on with that to help our citizens that need to get, so they're not, because a lot of people don't want to just get in a car with one person or one driver. They would prefer to be in a group, especially with our seniors coming from Sandy Cove area and the other side of town. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Zanella. So those are all great comments and definitely areas that we're exploring through the master plan in terms of, what are the community needs? Are they different in different areas? Certainly having the Lynx bus route, we're hoping will also help in terms of Sandy Cove and some of the other areas. And we do continue to have discussions with the Uber team in terms of how their program is expanding. We do know in other areas, I don't believe in Canada yet, but they are using more of a kind of minibus system. So it's not something that's available here to our understanding yet, but they are exploring other opportunities.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of the master plan, I know we have a huge advocate in Innisfil for fixed route traditional bus systems, and I know he puts a lot of work into that, and not that I completely disagree with it, but there are newer models around the world. Just wondering, included in this plan, will you be looking at case studies for autonomous electric route systems? Just because I've heard there's numerous places around the world which have successfully used autonomous electric buses, and when that is going to be included in this as an opportunity. Thank you.
So through the transit master planning process, we will be looking at sort of case studies, best practices, not only locally, but internationally, including North America, Europe, et cetera. So, I mean, no commitment on outcome, but we will be reporting on our current state and some of the opportunities that we want to evaluate further over the next year or so. So yes, we'll be looking at all best practices.
Councillor Ices.
Yeah, along those lines of initiatives that we can try, Council approved a short-term initiative regarding vouchers for residents getting to their places of employment. I don't know if we had a report back on how that all went, but I guess my suggestion or question is, are there places in the budget where we can do test cases like that to maybe work alongside our master plan, maybe to proof what works for Innisfil and be more effective?
Yeah, so it's a great question. I mean, we did do the Cookstown voucher to various employment areas. It has concluded. That being said, and the budget before you today is based on our existing service levels. We do think that there's room to try and test various vouchers as part of our transit master plan and get a feel whether that's for certain geographies, certain user groups, like for example, teens or youth. We will continue to explore that while we work through and helping to inform our transit master plan.
Thank you, Brandon. Councillor Constantine.
I would like to know if there's any consideration to add 2 new hubs, one at Larmel Gate and one at the Sleeping Lion.
So at this point, we haven't had any formal recommendations brought to council. Those are the exact types of things we're going to be evaluating over the next year or so. And we will have our annual report in Q1, towards the end of Q1 next year, respecting the Uber partnership, where we will consider should there be additional hubs either piloted or brought forward, and including those particular areas.
Councillor Richardson and then Councillor Drodge.
I know you touched base on it, but I just want to ensure that when we're talking about the transit master plan, that youth will be engaged for their use and what they're looking for to use it, because I think that's one of our big demographics that need to use that to get back and forth to their job and stuff like that. So just to ensure that they are being engaged for that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Drodge.
I'd like to further that conversation about maybe offsetting some of those costs for operation. I'd like to park that if that's possible. I'd like to see if council wants to entertain that, about having a deeper discussion about trying to offset those operating costs via the ARS temporarily till we come up with a master transportation funding plan.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation to put something in the parking lot for ARS funding that could offset some of the Innisfil Transit. Straw poll of those in favor of that? That's carried, so that goes in the parking lot. Anyone else, any questions or comments? I had a couple. So just to put everything into perspective, it would be good to understand comparable size municipalities that operate a fixed route transit system and what their cost is. So I don't know if it's comparable, but the town of Bradford, West Gwillimbury operates a fixed route transit system, but only within their one settlement area, not in their entire municipality, but they only really have one settlement. Well, now they have 2, 1.5, I'll say, Bond Head. Sorry, Bond Head, for calling you half. But the net operating cost of that versus our 1.2 for the entire municipality. I think it would be good to see what that is in comparison. And the timing of the master servicing plan worries me a little bit, only because it'll be midway through 2025 before we get our Lynx bus route up and going. And I'd like to see the impact of that through our municipality. Like, I think that could warp our own, or maybe it'll help. I don't know. I'm interested in your comments on how halfway through the year we end up with a Lynx bus, and if that's going to skew all of any data that we've gotten from our transit master plan.
So we meet regularly with the Lynx staff, and they've been talking about the experience with other routes that have come online throughout the county. In their experience, it takes more than 1 year and often even more than 2 years to get sort of that meaningful trend level data that'll help inform the evolution of those routes and where the second route or any adjustment should be made. So I would say it's, it could actually be advantageous to have that route come online in the middle of next year while we're still working through our transit master plan. But ultimately, the success of that route won't be known for at least a year or more from when it starts.
Thank you. And also, the county is also looking at a new master plan or transportation plan that's going to, up to now, it's been focused on intermunicipal transit. So it's not meant to take over all transit systems in all municipalities. It's meant only to transfer people from one to another. And now I think the new one is more complete and is looking at, instead of keeping themselves totally independent from other transit system, it's about somehow merging them. I'm not really sure I understand enough about it, but I don't want us to do anything independent of all this other transit stuff that's going on in the area.
I think, Mayor Dolan, certainly the work that county is going to undertake is specific to their Lynx route, but also looking at all of the other transit options that are available, that are working in other municipalities, and are there efficiencies in consolidating and looking at those. I think the town completing our transit master plan study over the next year helps to give sort of the baseline of where we are currently, where we should be going, and really what is the town's role versus what is the county role. But really the transit master plan is to focus on, what has Innisfil done today? What should be Innisfil's role in terms of transit provision, given we will have the orbit at some point in time that's to be a transit-oriented community and a GO station. And so how do we look at what is our role versus what is the county role? So we think it actually is the appropriate time for this master plan to be done to sort of set the stage for that growth as it's coming forward.
Great. So that's it for me. If there's there would be some way during, maybe it can come back in January, just having that number from Bradford or another community that's our size that runs a traditional fixed route system and what their net cost is. That would be, I think, helpful in setting our expectations. Because remembering when you've got a fixed route system, not only now it's not just about buses and drivers, it's also about all the bus stops and creating them and maintaining them, cleaning them, moving the snow away from them, all of that as well. So just that whole picture, I think, is good to keep in mind. And I'm not seeing any other comments on transit, so that's the end, I think, of Director Lee's section. So before we go to that, can we just have a quick summary of the FTEs? I had down one plans examiner, which was kind of a user pay thing. I had a supervisor of policy planning, which is new, and a municipal bylaw person that was new, and then 2 contracts go to full-time, one from the DMZ and one from
the development project manager.
Right. Okay. So a mover and a seconder, please, for this section. Moved by Councillor Richardson, seconded by Councillor Zanella. Any recommendations, changes, amendments to the recommendation before we go on to the next section? Seeing none? Go ahead, Councillor Drodge.
After short recess there for lunch, I've kind of had a second opinion on the economic development part we were talking about, and possibly parking that and having a discussion about ARS also covering those costs. Just want to know if anybody wanted to entertain that.
Sorry, I don't understand. Covering the cost of an employee?
No, sorry, on there was 300,000, I think it was, for
Sorry, I'm Councillor Drudge, the capital projects. I think it was Councillor Ices that had raised that, of whether we could use ARS funds for the economic development capital projects.
That's what I'm referring to. Thank you.
Okay, so is there any other comments on that, on putting that in the parking lot? Councillor Ices.
We already have one item with regards to transit talking about ARS. I think putting that one in there as well would make the discussion larger and more effective. So I would be in favor of that.
Okay, straw poll on that item. Moving economic development capital projects into the parking lot. And that carries. I mean, it doesn't carry. It was just a straw poll, so it wasn't a vote. We're just putting it in a parking lot. And Mr. Melanishin, you had a question?
Sorry, just for clarification, I think the EC-DEB capital projects are ARS funded already. Just.
There are the majority. I think there are a couple that have split with some DC, so it would only be the ones that are not OLG. Do you want me to be specific about which ones?
Oh, we can take it offline.
Okay.
Most of them are covered by ARS already.
Okay, then that, did I call the vote? All those in favor? Now, this is of the vote just to receive all of the growth, Director Lee's. So that's carried. Okay. Now we go to people and talent. Director Figliuzzi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're not where you're supposed to be. I'm looking
Surprise.
Like, where is she? Okay,
Excellent.
I forgot. You guys
Joining me in my normal spot is the leader of the Health and Wellness team, Sandy Foster, and the Health and Wellness service area commences on page 125 of the budget book. Excellent. So the service overview, guided by the town's community health and wellness strategy, which is Our Health, we classify these services under 5 main categories. Community programming through the Hordinsky Community Kitchen, which has seen some great success this year alone with 600 participants and 70 programs connecting seniors, youth, and various community members for social connection and contribution to the community. The Troy Scott Community Fridge Program, which is a give what you can and take what you need program with 3 locations across the community. This program is solely dependent on financial donations and food donations for the community, so it does vary from year to year. We also oversee community health and wellness advocacy and community representation. So in short, we participate on many committees across Simcoe County, including the Berrien Area Physician Recruitment Committee, the Alliston Area Physician Recruitment Committee, as well as the Berrien, Ontario health teams. We also heard earlier this morning about the Building Safer Communities project. So this is a grant-funded program through Public Service Canada of nearly $1 million from 2024 to 2026 through this program and distribution agreements through various organizations, including the YMCA and library. These services do provide teen nights, youth programming, advocacy, education, as well as gun and gang awareness, as we've heard earlier from Police Chief and the library, as we are seeing bigger city crimes and patterns showing up in the town of Innisfil. When we talk about services challenging us as we grow and continue, the largest facing this team is service delivery and programming through the Building Safer Communities Fund. A number of the initiatives are only made possible through this project, and with the funds expiring, so too will all those initiatives. And this is based on the premise of that status quo budget, that had it not been for the Building Safer Communities Fund, the partnership with the library, the YMCA, teen nights, youth programming, youth food initiatives would not have be made possible. So we are very cognizant of that. When we talk about the operating budget, there is an increase through the normal salary and benefits. We do have a redistribution of physician recruitment committee costs. They were previously housed under corporate management in a total of $17,000 for the two committees we support, and it will now be reflected in the health and wellness budget. You will see an increase due to grant revenue from the Building Safer Communities funds, as well as increased costs associated with staffing and materials. However, those are directly offset and recovered through the BSC. So while the numbers look a little bit higher, we do receive a full reimbursement on an annual basis from the BSC program. When we talk about some key considerations, as we've alluded to, we do and have continued to provide $15,000 to the Berrien Area Physician Recruitment Committee. We have done so since 2013. Prior to that, the amount was $30,000, and the decision was made by council at that time to adjust the contribution as we embarked on our own Rosardo Health and Wellness Center. On a recent council meeting, you did receive a request from Berrien Area Physician to increase the contributions to $30,000. In the staff recommended budget, we have maintained the $15,000 that we have most recently contributed. However, it is an item for council's consideration. However, it has not been included in our proposal. And as a high level, that is the health and wellness team, and happy to answer any questions with the support of Ms. Foster.
Thank you. Questions and comments for the health and wellness team? I just want to comment on the physician recruitment. There's been a lot of chatter throughout Ontario lately about the competitive nature of those and how some of them are getting a little out of hand, and it's creating a bit of a, have and have not, because richer communities are offering more to attract physicians than not so rich communities. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see some kind of a movement there not having the incentives there anymore. That doesn't mean to say the committee shouldn't be still doing the work, but some committees are trying to overbid other communities to attract doctors in the area. Yeah, and I'm comfortable not raising it back up to 30,000. We had an agreement here with the Berrien Area Physicians to have a walk-in clinic in our community, and they left. So, we've had some success in getting some docs in the area, but I wouldn't suggest it's from that committee, but maybe I'm wrong, and I'd ask Ms. Foster if she wanted to comment any on is there any opportunity to create more doctors with putting more money into the Barrie or into the Alliston physician recruitment committees?
Thank you, Your Worship. In short, we don't think so. The way that the Barrie Area Physician Recruitment Committee works is that they really work to recruit and retain physicians to the Barrie area, not necessarily just for the town of Innisfil.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. Just curious, when I look in the health and wellness budget, I don't see anything about the Rizzardo Health and Wellness Center. Perhaps that's more in the operational side, but can you maybe comment on, I guess, the synergies of that? The town put that building in there to address some of these challenges that we've had with doctors and healthcare close to home. Maybe I'll start there.
I'm happy to start and then encourage Sandy as well as Director Bowman. So we are happy through a recent update through the Director of Operations that the Rizzardo Health and Wellness Center is fully leased. And in that building, it's almost a mixed use facility where we do have family physicians, we have other healthcare services and pharmacies. So as that facility has grown and evolved, it is not focused solely on primary care, more of a multifaceted care facility where you can obtain various medical services. So the interplay works quite well with health and wellness and operations as physicians or as Barrie area physician recruitment notify us of a potential family physician or other service provider. They do reach out to Sandy, who also makes the connections with members of the operations team to talk about any availability, leasing, etc. And we also take it one step further when that happens, should there be no opportunity, in that we then further engage our economic development team to connect them to the available rental market in Innisfil. But I will take a moment to see if Sandy or Director Bowman has anything to add.
Seeing none, I just wanted to comment on the success of getting the nurse practitioner-led clinic to fill that space where the walk-in clinic was. Absolutely huge for us. 3,000 orphaned patients now have a home, and was years in the making, but really glad to see that happen. Anyone else? Did you have further, Councillor Ices?
It just maybe a follow-up, like when we look at the health and wellness budget and we see utilities in as an expenditure, is that utilities for the Rizzardo Health and Wellness Center, or what are we looking at with some of those supplies and costs there?
Who wants to answer that, Director?
Sure. I'm going to defer to the treasurer in terms of the utilities. My understanding of this item is not regarding the Rizzardo Health and Wellness Center. It is utilities for operating costs in general. So we may need to get back to you, but one moment, please.
If I may, Francesca, it's for cell phone bills for staff.
Okay, so I guess my further question was, I'm making an assumption that the health and wellness team works in the Rizzardo Health and Wellness Center. So there's some costs there that are probably in a different bucket that we would have in this budget.
So the members of the health and wellness team primarily are based out of the town hall, with staff working at the Hordinsky Community Kitchen to provide the food programming initiatives. I will need to see clarification whether that's housed under the facilities management budget or directly through the health and wellness budget. The Treasurer and Director of Corporate Services has indicated those costs of working from and using the Hordinsky Community Kitchen are housed under the facilities management budget, which Nicole will be speaking to tomorrow.
Or Friday. Other questions for health and wellness? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item, which would be people and talent management. I'm sorry, what have I done? Yeah, but we're not done that yet, right? We just did the health and wellness. Oh, and I skipped a break. Did anybody need a break? Okay, so health and wellness and people and talent are under the same thing. So people and talent is next.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Dolan. And joining me is Lauren Small, the Manager of People and Talent. So the People and Talent team works through a people-first approach, providing strategic human resources services, long-term planning related to people strategy and leading practices to positively impact the employee experience and workplace environment. As we have heard from the speakers prior to us, the organization is continuing to grow, both to support the strategic plan, master plans, and other initiatives. And as we grow as an internal organization, the services that the People and Talent team continue to provide are classified under 4 broad areas, including employee relations, labor relations, employee development, and health and safety. To bring those to life, those could include learning opportunities, workforce planning, compensation management, management of employee leaves, so the full life cycle, as we heard with the chief, employee wellness is key, so short-term absences, accommodation request, accident recuperation, and accommodation leaves throughout the organization. It also includes workplace investigations, accident investigation, safe work practices, labor management, grievance management, and collective bargaining. As we've grown over the last 7 years, 70 full-time staff have been added to the town's complement, in addition to numerous seasonal casual staff. So each employee who comes in the doors and is onboarded then requires a whole host of employee people-focused supports throughout their tenure. Likewise, managers across the organizations engage people and talent to support them with various initiatives, all to support their employees, which in turn increases the community services delivery across the organization. And in turn, the biggest pressure facing the team is right-sizing the workload and the capacity of the existing team as we continue to grow. Our operating budget is impacted by a number of areas, salary and benefits being the first. We are mindful of increases to operational cost, and a lot of these are twofold. Some of them are due to looking at the historical averages, and the second one is in terms of what is coming our way. Two of the biggest categories that are increasing the operating budget is rising costs related to recruitment activities. So we have a very structured and due diligence approach to recruitment, which includes not only making sure we broadcast our opportunities as far and wide as we can, which advertising costs are increasing, but we also have a very robust background screening process to make sure we bring on the most skilled and thoroughly vetted employees to make sure we can support our service area business deliveries. And consulting costs are a second main area. Those are broken down through legal costs, through employee engagement surveys, and other people-focused initiatives. Employee engagement survey is always an important activity to undertake. We do have a one-time cost in our budget for that initiative, and the timing is very much right now that we need to do that, or we should be doing it. It has been prior to COVID since we last did such an engagement, and we really want to understand how employees are feeling and how we can do better as an organization for them. There also are some decreased revenues. Training and development, external recoveries are one of those items. We aggressively market and promote our learning and development opportunities with municipalities across Simcoe County and York Region. This year, we have seen less of an uptake from those organizations, which has overall decreased our revenues. And the third big area is the staff recommended addition of a full-time people and talent partner. In that regard, the intent of this role is to calibrate and offset the services we're already providing. We have a number of new people-focused programs and initiatives that we are needing to pay full attention to as legislation change, as we look towards becoming a more inclusive, well-educated organization. We also want to make sure that we are mindful and timeful to the request of employees and to our managers. There are a number of services and initiatives that do have a long waiting period. So an employee or a manager reaching out for support doesn't get that support right away. Unfortunately, it may be a couple of weeks while we navigate current priorities and shift priorities and initiatives to be able to support that. So capacity building as we grow as an organization to maintain a strategic lens, to have the best trained employees, to make sure we are competitive in the market to attract people and retain people. We'll support the overall team in redistributing their work portfolios in order to better serve the community through our people, which are our greatest resource and value. And at a high level, that is the people and talent service bundle.
Thank you. Questions and comments for people and talent? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question. Now that we're not providing HR services to in-services and our utilities, are there any savings in terms of time-related issues with staff that may negate the need for this person?
Thank you for that question. We had considerable discussion about this, and in short, the answer is no. It may negate some initiatives by a few days, but there are so many initiatives that we have not been able to address in order to support them, and also our increasing workload as we change some of our practices, our programs, and better support the needs of the organization. So in general, the time we're saving from in-services will not offset the necessity for this new full-time position.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no comments, or did you have your hand up, Deputy?
Thank you, Worship. We just received a quarterly report from People and Talent regarding our customer service and the incredible job they do. If we refer or defer this hire for a year or two, how much of an impact will that have on the existing system? I understand the two-tier system that we have and the issues that arise with the town. Would there be a massive impact to the service if we delayed a hire?
Thank you for that question. Yes, there would. There's things that are still sitting off the desk that have not been given any attention to. And if we continue to prolong this position, while we did bring a request forward 2 years ago, we will strictly move towards more administrative services only. So the bare bones HR, as more and more day-to-day requests are coming up that will take away from that strategic lens that will tie into attracting the best candidates and contributing to building organizational resilience. So it would not be an ideal position for the overall people and talent team.
Final question on that, if I can, Francesca. So how many hours were spent, or how much of an FTE was spent supporting the municipal Empower in services or others, and when did that end?
So we continue to provide HR services to In-Services Utilities, Inc., and have done so since 2017. I think in short, the answer is varies. Some years where they have more complex needs, it could increase to about 700, 800. Other times it could be 300, just to keep kind of the bare bones going for them. If I had to average it, I would maybe say about 450 hours out of an 1,800 hour employee year.
Thank you, but am I misunderstanding then, or I thought I read in here that we were no longer going to be, there was no revenue offset from them?
Correct. That would be effective January 1st,
Okay.
2025.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just referring back to in-services again, will we still be offering them contract help when they're for their employees, or is that something different than HR-related duties?
So if I'm understanding the question correctly, if they have ad hoc requests for HR services, we would support them through a service agreement, which I believe is underway through the recent update about the utility companies. However, they will have a brand new service provider to provide them ongoing day-to-day human resources support.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands, so a mover and a seconder, please, to receive. Thank you, Councillor Dodge, Councillor Waters. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Director Figliuzzi. Thank you for that. Next, we'll go to Fire, and we are, wow, back on track since we skipped our last break. And that's page 56, and I'm sure the sirens were planned.
I couldn't have planned it better if I tried. Yes, page 56 is where we are in the operating book. Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. Just as an overview of our service, we are bound, regulated by the Fire Protection and Prevention Act. As so, there are 3 lines of defense that the Fire Marshal asks that we comply to. The first one being public education, the second one being fire prevention, and the preference is to be proactive, but at least reactive, and then suppression, which includes all of our emergency response. So therefore, each municipality, including the town of Innisfil, has a establishing and regulating bylaw that dictates what the level of service that the fire department or fire rescue services here in Innisfil will do. We did a comprehensive review in 2023 and brought to council some needed changes based on our risk profile at the time. So we are current as of 2023 with our responses required in the community based on our risk. Further to that, I wear a second hat where I'm the emergency management coordinator for the town and regulated by the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. So reporting to the Chief of Emergency Management to be sure that we comply with everything required should there be the need to declare an emergency in the town. So I work for you, and then I make sure that we're following the requirements of those 2 acts for the town of Innisfil. And the last item here is fire is an essential service. We don't have the need to do labor disruption. But because of that, we have collective bargaining that will go to binding arbitration, which impacts our budgets. And then I just wanted to stress how hardworking our career and volunteer firefighters and our entire team are, doing often dangerous work, often low frequency. So we have to make sure that we're prepared to do that. Some of the impacts for delivery of our service. Our budget is driven by and tied to growth, and I just wanted to make that very, very clear to all the members of council when we're talking about the 25-26 budget. Our whole budget requests are based around the growth that we have and are experiencing and what we know is coming so that we're prepared and we're not a few steps behind, so to speak. Based on what we know is coming, what's in plans review currently, and what is coming through our economic development and those that are looking to move and work in Innisfil, our risk profile is increasing. The types of buildings that are in those approvals or development are significant, especially tall buildings and large buildings, and the increased time and complexity of those fire code reviews. We're experiencing the same increases in time and the amount of trips back to buildings that the building department and planning is doing. And then, in addition to that, once a permit file is closed, that building or occupancy is then the responsibility of fire rescue services during its lifetime to make sure there's safety and code compliance and also our emergency responses. So year over year, that number of buildings just keeps increasing. If we look at 2051, doubling our population due to the increased number of multi-dwelling units, our number of buildings may not increase at the same rate as what we have now, but the complexity of those buildings has. So it's more complexity in our responses and also our prevention and our plans reviews of their emergency and evacuation plans. There are other things that we found that are impacting emergency services for Innisfil Fire Rescue. And the first one, paramedic services in the county have gone to a new medical priority dispatch system. And we're finding that with the tiered response program, which we are a part of, fire responds to the appropriate medical calls. Once we give a patient update, it changes the priority response of ambulances. And so the amount of time that we're on scene seems to be extending. And this just came into effect, I believe it was May 14th. November 14th. So we're just kind of getting a handle on those increased times and how that's impacting us. But we're noticing a difference already. Because once we start to do patient care, we can't simply leave for another call or a fire call. We are also slightly impacted by Simcoe Police's ability to respond to lower priority calls, waiting for police to arrive as well. And once again, for public safety at a minor motor vehicle collision that came in as a major motor vehicle collision, we don't want to leave people in the middle of the road. So we are tied there until we have other emergency services respond. I've been asked a couple times if Innisfil is big enough to have 6 fire halls, given the request through our capital program. And due to the geographical size of our community being, depending on what website you look at, but basically 268 square kilometers, having 5 or 6 or 7, depending on how you want to divide them up, settlement areas, and the travel time in between those where our stations are, we are big enough to have 6 fire halls. And that's backed up by the Ernst & Young report that did the station location summary, which bases the request for a 6th fire hall. So that means increased number of vehicles on the road as more people live and work in Innisfil. And that means our travel times are also impacted, including increasing the number of responses because of the increase in people, whether it's through business or residential. So our operating budget, we are similar to police and many of the other town departments where most of our budget is wages and benefits. And we too are affected by pattern bargaining where provincially it influences the rates that our firefighters get on their wages and benefits. So that is the biggest part of our budget. We've worked very closely in the last couple of years with finance to be able to understand and be sure that we're accurately recording and anticipating our facility maintenance costs, insurance, and utility costs. So this budget especially reflects what we believe to truly be what our expenses are so that we're not running over in certain areas. And so we made sure those numbers have been adjusted accordingly. Through our collective bargaining, we were able to negotiate a one-time uniform cost to our budget where we're issuing uniform and then replacing on an as-needed basis. So in year 2 and 3, that is going to be a significant savings. but that comes with the 1-year, one-time cost of providing everyone with a full set of uniform. So that number will change. It's already changed in the 26 numbers and will change in the future. We also have a very antiquated fire reporting or records management system, we are actually having difficulty pulling stats out of that. It's no longer supported. It's a couple of years past end of life. So with a new and appropriate records management system will come some annual subscription costs. So that's what you see in our budget. Our budget reflects those incremental costs and accurate costs and what has come through our collective agreement. Some of the key considerations in our budget. The first one, fire inspector, we've had that position as a contract for 7 years. So we want that converted to, so that's one of our 2 fire prevention staff to a full-time position. The fire marshal mandated certification to be mandatory for all skills firefighters and fire staff provide, being suppression, inspections, investigations, prevention, officers, chief officers, training officers, pump operators, et cetera, and that's required by 2026. It's something that we in Innisfil were already doing, but now it's mandated, so we have to make sure that we meet that, both with our career and volunteer. All of our suppression staff have to have that. I have 1 training officer currently for 132 staff, and he gets pulled in so many different directions between days and evenings and weekends. Add on top of that we're down currently just over 20 volunteer firefighters, and we're just partway through a recruitment process to get our numbers back up to what they need to be. So there'll be 20 firefighters who also need to be certified, even though they are volunteer firefighters, to meet that mandatory certification. The other part is an increase to our fire prevention inspectors. We, like mentioned before, are having the same pressures that bylaw and planning is finding with complexity of increasing risk type buildings. So it's already been mentioned, a 1.3 million square foot building just north of, or just on the west side of the 400. There's about 6 weeks of work for one of my fire prevention staff, and it doesn't open till March. So that's a huge time commitment, and we're finding multiple times we're catching things that would just pass through if we had not caught them. Add to that 3 40-story buildings that come with our GO station. We're already at 1 month of one of my staffs for just one of the buildings. And so add on to that, either in development or under permit, about 20 other high-rises between 8 and 15 stories, other care facilities, and then multi-dwelling residential. Add on, as was mentioned, residential over commercial brings a whole new set of rules and requirements under code that we'll have to do for permitting and for occupancy, but then also for life safety once those buildings are occupied. So we do a lot of work with that, and our number of work and our amount of work is increasing. As a result, some of our public education has taken a bit of a hit for sacrificing to go to the inspection time, because if we miss those, it's just assumed that we're signing off on it. So we can't miss those opportunities. So you'll see in our KPIs in the end of year where our education, public education, is less than what it has been previously. Just we simply haven't had the hours to put into the public education. So our work, just as planning and bylaw, starts before our revenues are increased through our tax base, but it's work that we have to do, and therefore the prioritization of our staff requests in our prevention and training divisions. And we too are impacted by the new building code for compliance, same as the building department. So our capital budget, there are a lot of lines there. I won't go through them all line by line. I will mention that most of these have been in our capital plan due to either end of life or master plan recommendations. And it's because of projected growth, especially in our Station 6, and we're seeing that growth faster than was anticipated. I do know it's a big number, but I just want to draw to your attention that there is a large amount of it that is allocated and covered by development charges. I do want to make it very clear that our staffing requests are tied to growth and not to a station opening, as the example is here. The new fire hall will be utilized as soon as it opens if it's approved. It will just be impacted on how I deploy staff based on the staffing of the day that the station opens. The scope of that building has changed to some degree through the facilities master planning. I know I've mentioned to many of you that we pulled the EOC out of the operations center, and Director Bowman has already talked about the pressures in that building and the needs they have in that building. And as we expand our emergency program, we'll need a dedicated emergency operations center, which would be a combined room with a training room. So training up to 24 firefighters now we have to do in 2 groups because we don't have a training room big enough. So given that we can only ask for DCs on the initial build of a fire hall, the change of that building, the scope changed just a little bit so we can utilize to the best and full extent the development charges that we would have available to us. One thing that is not reflected in the budget from Innisfil Fire Rescue is the amount of government relations that we in the fire service have done a better job of in the last few years. I was just 2 weeks ago at a session where the government realizes that the amount of grants that fire services can apply for needs to be expanded, so they're in the process of expanding some of those, including things like station builds and first-time equipment. So I can't comment on, I have no idea if I can realize some savings to the capital requests for station and equipment for a new fire hall. But I do know that they're broadening the amount of grants that I can apply for and ask for. And so we'll take every option and effort that we can to be able to do those to realize cost savings for the town of Innisfil. And at that, I will open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Questions for the Chief? Councillor Saunders.
Thanks, Chief. I have 2 questions. The one is the training officer. I'm assuming we're getting a new training officer for all the new high-rise buildings because I'm sure most of our firefighters are not trained in high-rises yet.
One of the projects that the new training officer will work on is high-rise, but we're already training for high-rise. We do have one that you could technically consider high-rise in Innisfil now, which would be at the 25th and Innisfil Beach Road. It's a 6-story building. Typically anything over 5 stories is considered high-rise. So we already do high-rise training. It's just the amount of people required to do high-rise firefighting increases significantly the more buildings that we get, especially with higher heights. So a fire on a 35th story is different than a fire on the 6th story.
Thanks. We had this conversation before, and in your budget, you have $5.5 million for the 2 pumpers for Station 6, and that's not built yet. I know the answer to this, but could you tell everybody else why it's in the budget right now?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Councillor Saunders. So the last 2 trucks that I ordered that I spoke to council about ordering so that I can get them delivered when they're needed. Once I placed that order last December, my delivery date was 730 days. So in order to get trucks for a fire hall that will open likely in 2027, start in 26, open in 27, I need to order trucks in the beginning of 2025. If I could just add to that, we're only paying 10% for the trucks just so that we can get the order in. And then I pay up to the rest of half of the amount once they start the build, and it's about 12 weeks for a pumper, 15 weeks for an aerial, and then the rest is due on final inspection.
Other questions? Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. It was mentioned a little earlier during the police budget presentation about partnerships. Has there been any talk of partnerships with perhaps the county regarding paramedic use or any other related parties that might be able to help with or use the facility?
Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor Ices. There have been talks about partnerships. I have had a conversation with Chief Van Dyke about South Simcoe Police, where this proposed location does not help with what he's looking for. The addition of our training area is something that he is interested in, but has not. I don't believe it's in his budget. I can't speak for him, but we have had those conversations where we can do some joint work or joint building or facilities. We're quite happy to do that. We currently have 2 of our stations have paramedic units in them. And so once we have approval of concept, then we can have those conversations with paramedic services, for example, to see if there's any chance for a partnership there and some share of costs. There also has been some interest from industry partners who, if we had a training area, would consider contributions to a training area, which would be a mutual benefit. But again, these have been very high level. We don't want to get into the weeds on something when we're not even talking about a purchasing process yet. But we have had interest and have had some high-level conversations where those are definitely things that we can then cultivate if we had an approval on a project.
Councillor Constantine?
I had asked the chief this question the other day, so I just want to repeat it. I asked him what process is in place since Innisfil community has changed. What process is in place to recruit volunteer firefighters to reflect the community?
Thank you, Councillor Constantine. Yes, we've got every time that we put out our call for volunteer firefighters or full-time firefighters, or anytime we're running a competition, we go through Director Figliuzzi and her staff at People and Talent, and we proactively do reach out to different groups just to say, hey, you know, if you want to put this on your board, different people groups, just so that they're aware. We take those opportunities, but our primary route for advertising positions is through the work that the people at the staff at People and Talent have already in place.
Councillor Drodge.
Thanks. In the aspect of location of that fire hall being in Innisfil Heights, have we ever had any conversations about maybe moving it a little east, more to IBR and Yonge Street, to try to maybe look at Station 1 and its location to see if you could maybe possibly close down a station and open up the station in replace?
Sure, thanks for the question, Councillor Drodge. There, prior to my arrival, there was a recommendation and a thought about closing the fire hall down at Innisfil Beach, Station 1, and the 25th. I think there was a resounding no at that time. I do know that a good number of our calls, over 40% of our confirmed structure fires, are within 2 kilometers of Station 1. So we would need to open a station and look at the location, but given the amount of travel time, even from Yonge and IBR down to Innisfil Beach, it wasn't recommended on a closure from the work that was done by Ernst & Young when they looked at our response guidelines and studies. I mean, it's always something we can definitely look at, but based on previous work by different groups that were contracted to do that, it was not recommended.
When they were doing those studies, was it a replacement fire hall to go, was there a fire hall to go into a different location, or were those studies just simply to shut down that station?
No, that's when they looked at Station 6 location being at 400 or in Innisfil Heights area. They looked at that to reduce the amount of response times and better the response times, and there was no consideration and not a recommendation to close Station 1 at the same time.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Along the same lines is that I wasn't thinking Station 1, but I was thinking if something at Yonge and Innisfil Beach Road is halfway between Stroud and Innisfil Heights, so is there I'm not too sure how old that station is in Stroud, but moving that station to IBR and Yonge Street would serve 2 locations. And I have a different comment on the Station 1, but just your comments on that?
Sure, we would have to look closely at that because that's one of the stations, Station 1 and Station 3. So Stroud and Innisfil Beach both have EMS stations in them as well. So it's not just the fire impact where we have a contract with them. So we would also have to consider their response times and their station location on those 2 for any closures that we would contemplate. Certainly it's something that we can look at, but there is a layer of complexity there. And again, if I go back to the work done by E&Y, the consultant on station location and response times, there was no recommendation to close any stations, only to add to better our response times in Innisfil Heights.
Okay. Yeah, I just thought amalgamation, it didn't seem, physically doesn't seem that far, and response times I don't think would be that different, but that's why you're in your position and I'm in mine. Regarding Station 1, what is the current condition of that building in terms of, are we throwing good money after bad into that building, and is it time we reconsider that?
That's a great question. Unfortunately, Deputy McDonald is on vacation, but we have done a refresh of that station, and I would have to refer possibly to Director Bowman, but we worked with facilities. Facilities came in and they did assessments of all the facilities, and so there was no recommendation that was a replacement. We do have some roof leaking. That is one of the capital projects that's in the request for 2025 as a roof replacement. But we have put considerable dollars into updating that station, given its age. And so through that process done by facilities, there was no recommendation for change. And I believe part of that is that they looked at cost benefit. So are we spending too much money? Should it be torn down, rebuilt, et cetera? But I would, we can get back to you on those details. We would have to confirm with Nikki on that, I believe.
Okay, thank you very much for that. The reason I was, my angle of asking that question was there an opportunity for a partnership in terms of selling the land and using the developer to, A, build us a new fire station, but also opportunity for parking for the park and maybe condo development on that site. So I thought there might be an opportunity to better utilize that property for 3 purposes as opposed to just 1, and you would get a new station out of it, and we would get parking for the park and maybe be able to pull some asphalt out of the park and turn it back to green space. So just kind of a Hail Mary.
I understand it. I just want to be clear, we would add to that, we would have to check with paramedic services on their station location and response times, et cetera, because of the partnership and contract that we do have with them currently.
Okay, and I think that would be I think it's a good partnership to have with them, and it would be a conversation you want to have to see whether or not they'd be interested in doing that in a new facility type thing. Let's see here. In terms of the new aerial truck that you're requesting, how often do we use the existing one now, and is that one necessary at this time?
That's a great question. The amount of use we get out of an aerial truck, we'll use it as a pumper truck. All of our aerial trucks have pumps, so our aerial truck does run if our truck is out of service for maintenance or repairs. The number of times we use it in a year as an aerial or an elevated device, I don't have exact numbers because it depends on the actual calls that we do. Given the number of high buildings that are coming and large buildings that are coming to our municipality, when we spoke with fire underwriters, when we did our tanker shuttle accreditation earlier this year, there was the question of, given the growth that is coming, the contemplation of a second aerial device, and also given the amount of square kilometers that we cover, and the big buildings that are coming are spattered right from Big Bay Point through Innisfil Heights, through Lefroy, Not too many out in the Cookstown area yet, but we still do have large buildings that we have to consider. So having 2 devices to be able to elevate is preferred.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions? Councillor Zanella?
Thank you. To that point, and we've talked about this before, the aerial truck how many stories can it go?
So that's a great question. With the second aerial device, our one that we have currently is what we call an elevated platform. So it's a 100-foot ladder with a bucket on the end of it, basically, that firefighters can stand in. We're limited to 100 feet with those type of devices. Given that we have other types of high buildings and large buildings that are coming, the one that's anticipated or contemplated for the second one out of Station 6 is a 125-foot straight aerial. So that gives me 25 feet more reach. I do want to caution the thought of use of them on high rises because those trucks weigh over 90,000 pounds. I can't take them off-road, so I can only use them on approved surfaces, so any roadway would be able to handle that. But if there was a high-rise with an underground, if it's not engineered and rated for having 90,000 pounds on top of it, I may not be able to get all the way around a building, add on to that any grassland. So a reach of 125-foot aerial would be in the 9 to 10-story range if I can get it close to whatever I'm trying to get into at 125 feet.
Thank you. Another question I had, the $6 million for the Innisfil Heights fire station, that's the cost to buy the station?
That is the cost to buy the land.
The land.
Land in Innisfil Heights, considering we're looking for a bit of a bigger footprint, looking at 3 preferred 4 acres in Innisfil Heights, the land value, that was kind of the maximum end of what we were going to need to spend depending on where we can purchase land.
And if you don't buy it in 2025, if you don't get the land in 2025, does that $6 million just move to the next year? What happens with that $6 million? Because it's budgeted for in 2025, right?
That's correct. If we weren't able to get the land or the deal wasn't complete yet, it would transfer into the next fiscal year, 2026.
And then what's budgeted in 2026 would move to the next year? Or would that $6 million be added on to the $23 million?
So the $6 million is for the land. So whenever we purchase the land, that is the funds that we would use to purchase the land. Our latest estimates is just over $1,000 a square foot for a fire hall. So the $22,050,000 is the anticipated cost for a fire hall in 2026, which would likely cash flow into 2027, but we need the funds to start the project anticipated in 2026.
Thank you.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Worship. 2 questions. One, what was the cost to build Friday Harbor Fire Station?
That predates me. I would have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure. The footprint of that is smaller than what we're looking at here. I would have to look that number up. I don't have that for you at the moment.
Mayor Dolan, do you remember what it cost? I don't. Yeah, just because I'm just questioning the price tag. I think it's $23 million for the Station 6. I know there was a DC credit of to Friday Harbor for $7 million, I think it was. So I'm not too sure if that reflects the cost of the station or that's just the credit they got for that station. So I would like to know what the price increase from that kind of station. What does it cost per square foot for a station when Friday Harbor was built and now?
I will get those numbers for you.
Okay, great. Thank you. The other question was, nope, that was it. Oh, sorry. No, it's not it. The replacement of the airboat. I remember 3 years ago, we talked about not having an airboat anymore, and whether or not it was needed or whether it was headed to be at Friday Harbor. And so I'm surprised to see that we're looking to replace it. Is it getting that much use? Is it worthwhile having? And sometimes I feel these conversations are a bit mute because they're all DC related, but I need to ask a question anyways.
Sure. Great question. What we referred to last budget cycle was our fire boat out of Friday Harbor. Our airboat we have had in service since, it's for winter use for on the ice. Okay. When we do ice rescues, that's been in service since 1998, and it has a 15-year lifespan. Right. For some reason, it was not in the replacement schedule, so we are about 10 years past due for replacement. So it's a different boat than what we were referring to. It's our winter boat that we use for ice rescue.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. I've got a few. So starting with revenue, when we go in and do inspections, fire inspections at, say, the DSV building, is that not cost recovery?
That's correct, Mayor Dolan. It is cost recovery, and that is in some of our, if we look at on page, sorry, I'll get my glasses on here, page 59, some of our permanents and other development. And then
external recoveries?
Yes, okay. Is where we're capturing the costs of those. The way those trickle in, some of them come through building and then are transferred into fire. So they're not 100% billed and recovered by fire. Many of those come through, and that's why some of them's in the external recoveries through the building permit process.
Thank you. And also under revenue, the I don't know what it's called. We used to call it the stupid tax. It's when we had to rescue the same people off the lake twice in one day because they got rescued and then they went out again. And we charged them some kind of a fee for that rescue. And other recoveries, I know we started charging whatever people had eligible in their insurance, in their house insurance for fire. And we did some administration around that. I don't, are we still doing that?
So when we went through budget last year, and thanks for the question, it's a great question. When we did budget last year and we revamped our fees bylaw, we were charging every time we responded to someone's house, even though they are billed for fire service in their municipal tax. So at that time, council agreed that we would not do a bill for our initial call out, but subsequent calls and then any additional costs are all 100% cost recovery. So for example, house explosion that we had last year about this time, there needed to be an excavator come in, there needed to be a vac truck come in. I needed to provide fire standby with fire crews. So all of those things are on a cost recovery that goes to their insurance company, to your point, Mayor Dolan. But the initial response for a fire or a rescue, we do not. We do in inspections if we're called for nuisance fire alarms or nuisance calls. We do after one or two calls do bill for those as a hopeful way that they will comply with what's required. But initial responses to an actual emergency, we do not currently bill for.
Thank you for that. And so the administration of all that, like there are third parties who do all that stuff for you and then they keep a portion of it and give you the rest and then you're not burdened with the administration, or is that not an issue?
Currently, we're able to do that with our fire admin. I believe the program that you're talking about is Fire Marquee, which is not an exact comparison. So to look at services similar to Fire Marquee or another, that's a brand name, but a similar service would mean they're billing for every call we go on, which also means that people are paying for that in their municipal tax. So that would need to be something that we would have to investigate, be comfortable with, and make a recommendation if we wanted to go down that route.
Thank you. Yeah, I do remember the conversation before and kind of where we landed in the past was if it was no financial burden to the person. If they were actually, yes, they're paying for their municipal taxes, they're paying for fire and rescue service, but they're also paying for their insurance. And in their insurance, they're being billed for this, whatever it is, $200 call or something like that. I know it became a bit of a burden because it became a fight between the insurance saying, no, we're not going to pay it, and us saying, yes, you are going to pay it. So that's why I'm talking about a third party. I just don't know when the last time we investigated something like that was. The other thing was, if we were to hire another trainer, is there an opportunity to cost recover some of those fees through smaller municipalities that maybe don't have a full-time or can't afford a full-time trainer in order to help offset some of the costs for that extra body?
We could certainly explore that, Mayor Dolan. Having a second training officer would also be able to assist our regional training center, which we do full cost recovery on. So if our training officer was involved in courses through our regional training center, which we do courses for outside departments as well as our own staff, we can do cost recovery on those currently. We could certainly ask other municipalities if they wanted to. I do know that Barrie has a training division and would not support that. I know Bradford has 2 training officers currently, but I've not spoken to ESSA in the last little while, but I can certainly reach out to them.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, I was thinking more of the smaller municipalities, like, you know, even through the Simcoe County Fire Chiefs group, like Tiny and Tay and all of those places that are still working on full volunteer service. And now you mentioned that regional training office, but so I guess I'm struggling with that we don't have any training space and yet we run a fully recoverable training center.
So the regional training center courses that we run based on the size of the room that we have now. We could have larger courses and we could have more courses if we had more training space and appropriate training space. So we're capped pretty much at between 12 and 16, depending on the type of course, where we could go much bigger if we had a suitable training room and training locations to do that.
Thank you. Just a few more. So the EMY report, I understood when we did that it was more about the possibility of amalgamation between Bradford and Innisfil Fire Departments and not about a fire master servicing plan. Are these 2 documents or is this the same document I'm thinking of?
So it is 2 documents, Mayor Dolan. Once I was asked to consider coming to the town, then interim Chief Jim Kay and I had a conversation and we changed the scope of the E&Y, contemplating the possibility that there would not be a consolidation of the 2 fire services, which included within their 4 options, more or less a master plan through till 2030 in each of their options, so that we wouldn't, if consolidation did fail, we didn't have to then go to hire a consultant to do a master plan. So we did a change of scope at that time. So there is within each of the options in the document what Innisfil will need separately and Bradford would need separately as far as fire services through 2030.
Okay, and now I'm probably opening a bit of can of worms, but it's late in the day and I'm getting a little cranky, so I'm going to. So building a fire hall requires bedroom accommodation. Like it's you're building a house, you're building a hotel along with a fire hall. So you're building a huge kitchen, like a place where people can live for 24 hours. Is there the opportunity to build like a regular hall that doesn't have all of the bells and whistles? Or I guess what I'm saying is there opportunity to have half of your firefighters on a 24-hour shift and the other half new hires on a different collective agreement or on a different contract so that they're not, so we're not paying them to sleep?
So that's something that would have to be negotiated with the Professional Firefighters Association and the OPFFA. Currently, there would not be an appetite for that. Where we would see a temporary memorandum of understanding was if we were to hire, like has been proposed, 5 people in a year until we got up to our full complement over a couple of year period to a 24-hour shift, which is what is in our collective agreement. That's commonly been done as an MOU that would then expire once there was enough people for a full crew.
Thank you. And then remind me again how many trucks we've pre-ordered for Station 6?
So the proposal is a tanker, a pumper, and a ladder truck.
But have we not already given permission to order some in advance?
We have ordered some in advance, but they're replacement of trucks that we already have that need to be replaced as per the end of life.
Okay, so we haven't pre-ordered any equipment for Station 6?
That's correct. The previous trucks that we ordered were for replacement of current trucks with the staffing that they have in their complement.
Okay, and then I guess my last comment would be to use a comparison, New Tecumseh. And they're about the same population as us. They're about the same square kilometers as us. Similar, maybe less settlement areas, but like settlement areas that are very divided from each other. So Alliston, Beaton, Tottenham. And I'm not sure, do you know, Chief, how many halls they have and how many full-time firefighters they have? Approximately?
I believe it's 4 fire halls, but I would have to double check, Mayor Dolan. They don't have any full-time firefighters. They have some full-time staff, a training officer, prevention, and then some deputy chiefs. But it's based on the call volume that they have, which is different than our call volume. I don't have the exact number, but I can find out for you their call volume number. But they run with volunteer firefighters and are able to get them out based on their call volume. Our call volume is considerably higher. We're probably going to be close to 3,000 calls this year.
Thank you. Yeah, I would be interested in seeing that, like the call volume versus the, that would be a good comparison. And then I guess my final comment around the paramedic stations is I know that they're actually doing a facility review and look right now as well. It was just on our county council agenda, either the last meeting or the meeting before. And they are looking for I forget if it's called a hub or a spoke. I think it's a spoke somewhere in Innisfil. So, you know, there might be the opportunity to move around. I don't mean to sound dismissive, and I'm not trying to. It's just that when I came on council, Station 1 was like flagship station, the nicest station, the newest station, and now it's our oldest station. And I can remember Chief Rayburn saying to me when we built Friday Harbor, this is the last station we're going to have to build for a while. So I guess my last question to you being, let's say Station 6 gets approved. What's next? What's going to be on the agenda? And where's Station 7 going to be?
Currently, there's no contemplation for another station because we're able to meet our response guidelines with a 6th station. When we were contemplating consolidation with Bradford, there was the potential to move 2 stations to consolidate 1 station right along the 89 corridor at the east end, Guildford area. But since that is no longer an option, there's nothing that's contemplated for Innisfil currently, because with a 6th station, we can meet our response guidelines. If we had considerable growth along the 89 corridor, and our call volumes dictated that we aren't able to meet our call response times. At that time would be contemplated either a move, a change, or a new.
Thank you for listening to me rant. Anyone else? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question around training room. Chief, do we need to have a training room within a station, or how many days a year do you need a training room? Does that training room need to be equipped with fire equipment? And is there no opportunity to use a conference facility or a hotel or something like that, which would have a large room that we could use for training? So that's just my ignorance in asking the questions, but I thought I'd throw it out there anyways.
Sure. So we have a training room in a small training area and a training room in each of our stations, especially with our volunteer firefighters, to move them out of their response area to go train at a conference center or a different location means that I lose the coverage for emergency response in that area. So typically we have one in each station. It's not always equipped with all of the training equipment, so to speak. One of the jobs of our training officer and the need for a second training officer is our training is scheduled for the whole year and for the week and for the month. So if Station 4 in Cookstown is doing extinguisher training on Thursday night, the training officer, part of his duties will be to arrange all of the fire extinguisher props to be moved to that station for the training night.
Thank you.
Anyone else for the chief? Councillor Drotch.
Yeah, I just wanted to extend my comments. When I refer to Station 1 and possibly removing that station, my main concern with that station is location. The whole eastern part of that station is basically water. And typically, when you put a fire station in, you'd like to have 365 kind of points to go out from. So when I pick on Station 1, it's more along the lines of geographically where it is. And I guess Innisfil Heights being on the other side of Innisfil, again, you're bordering to ESSA, so you're kind of, reducing your time or your distance to the west. Central seems to be more efficient. Just my opinion.
Well, if I could respond to that, we previously did have before growth in Innisfil, we did have an auto aid agreement with the Township of ESSA because we were able to get to their eastern parts of their municipality quicker than they could. There's certainly the option to reintroduce that auto aid agreement if a station was to be successfully placed in the Innisfil Heights to be able to assist with ESSA.
Thank you, Chief. My experience with ESSA, though, is they've never wanted to sign anything with us. There was a time when if there was a fire just west of the boundary on Highway 89, the ESSA volunteer firefighter would have to drive by the Cookstown Hall to get to the fire. So we complained and said they should be using us, and instead they just took a different route so they wouldn't have to drive by. But yeah, it's a difficult situation for sure. That's it, I think, for questions. I just have to say that I'm 100% in favor of putting somebody who's been on contract for 7 years on as full-time, but I would like to put the rest of the positions in the parking lot. I don't know if there's any appetite for that. Call for what are we calling it? Straw vote? 1, 2, 3. To put the new positions in the fire service in the parking lot to have a further discussion.
You're talking just fire services, not all FTEs?
Yeah, just fire services with the exception of the one contract. Yeah, I think that carries, and I need a mover and a seconder, please, for the motion to receive. Moved by Deputy Mayor Fowler, seconded by Councillor Constantine. All those in favor? That's carried. And next is wrap-up. Are we doing a wrap-up today, Director Melanishin, or just?
Sure.
Sorry, I had day one, 1320, closing remarks and recap from CAO and CFO.
That's great. Just really quick wrap up. We are slightly over time, but we are still really doing well. Thank you to council. I think we've got really good direction from staff. I hope we're giving you sufficient feedback for your questions as well and giving clarification. As of now, other than the fire positions that were just mentioned by Mayor Dolan, nothing has been removed from the budget per se. That being said, we can revisit that tomorrow. We do have now 4 items on the parking lot list. The consideration for, how we're going to handle the teen night supports. I think that was one we were going to have a discussion with. Also, the use of the ARS funding to increase transit costs or to offset transit costs, and possibly the ARS funding for economic development that might be operating as well as capital. Capital, I think, is covered off for the most part. I think, Councillor Ices, you're referring to the operating piece. So we put that in. I would suggest that we deflect those to the conversations to the latter part of tomorrow when we start talking corporate finance and reserve usages and different strategies and tactics to bring down the capital levy. I think that would be the most appropriate time for it. And we can revisit the fire positions that have been put in the parking lot, and the feral cats have been thrown out of the parking lot, so we will, they are not on the parking lot at this point in time. And yes, thank you, and if there's any other questions for staff, please feel free to reach out today or tomorrow, and we'll answer your questions.
Thank you. I had one other item I was going to leave till tomorrow, but I'd like to, or not tomorrow, Friday, but I'd like to throw it out there now just so that you have time to mull it over. And that is this whole disconnect I'm getting from, we need more police, we need more firefighters, we need another planner, because we're growing so fast and we're going to have this, and we're going to have high rises, and we're going to have GO train station, and our growth assessment is 2%, 1.9%. And we need all this stuff because we're growing, but we're not planning on growing, our assessment's not growing. So I get that they don't always happen at the same time, but it's just hard to hire all these people and build all these things for growth and then look at our projections saying we're not growing.
So through your worship, if you're okay, Friday morning we'll have our rationalization. We can start up. We can do a kickoff on Friday morning before we go into continue on the presentations. That might help inform future decisions throughout the day.
Anything to add, Mr. Gershow? No? We're good? All right. So we're going to motion to recess until 9 a.m. on December the 6th. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Drodge and Councillor Richardson, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to all the staff for hanging in and gritting your teeth and biting your tongue.